Hello everybody, welcome to your September 2022 tarot card reading. Okay, let's get into this reading for September. So I'm going to be doing a few updates and announcements, so if you want to hear those, stay tuned. If not, feel free to click the link in the description box and the comment thread down below for your zodiac sign to jump straight to the reading. You can watch for your sun, moon, or rising sign, or if you're here for love, you can also check out your Venus. All right, now for some updates and announcements. I just wanted to say a huge note of gratitude for each and every one of you that signed up on my new website, took a chance on my new website, whether you were subscribing just to a single zodiac sign every month, or whether you were subscribing to all 12 videos, or if you became a Soul Seekers member. I actually had a lot more people signing up for the Soul Seekers membership than I ever anticipated. I was not expecting that, and I'm so grateful for each and every one of you. I honestly, my heart is so full and so excited, and I am enthusiastic for the first time in a really long time. At least a couple years after all my health issues. Like, this is really kind of bringing me, I'm gonna get all teary-eyed, but this is really bringing me back to life here. And in September, I'm so excited to be introducing a new educational series for my Soul Seekers members to go deeper into astrology and into tarot, so you can use these tools to help you through your own journey and to understand yourselves on a much deeper level. And I'll do my best to offer as much as I can and to be of service as much as possible in that way. If you're not a member and you do want to join, please follow the link down below. We would definitely love to have you. And as it grows and develops, obviously there will be more things and more opportunities and just a lot more that comes with that. And I did have some technical issues, and I'm so sorry about that. And thank you for being patient. I may still have some lingering issues. So if for whatever reason you're still experiencing something, or if something doesn't go through, or if you're trying to log in and it doesn't work, please just email me, jane@janeintl.com, short for international, right? INTL. And I'll put the information down in the description box and comment thread as well, so you can easily access me. I want to make sure that all the kinks get worked out, but some of the things are happening and I don't see it. You, the customer, will see it. So any feedback would be really beneficial. And I know it's a really simple website. I was not expecting the issues that I had, because it was so simple, but I guess, I don't know, I used to work in websites a long time ago, but a lot has changed since then. So there's just a lot that I just don't know. So anyway, thank you for bearing with me and being patient, and we will get all the kinks worked out. That is a promise. It will work out, and it will start working more smoothly in time. All right? So again, go ahead, click the timestamps in the description box and the comment thread down below for your zodiac sign reading. And that's it. All right. Thank you so much. Take care. Hello, Virgo. Welcome to your September 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. Wanted to wish you a quick happy birthday to all the September Virgos. I hope all of you get to do something wonderful and amazing for your special day. Let's go ahead and delve right in here, starting with the Page of Wands, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Now, Page of Wands is very adventurous. It is fun and passionate and curious, and it always has this air of optimism. It's not going to be a good month for you to say like, oh, well, what if it doesn't work out, right? That's a not super helpful way to look at things. I think we should flip that script a little bit and say, well, what if it works out perfectly? What if it makes me happy? What if it brings me joy? What if it makes me feel filled? What if it brings me love? Like, what if? And to keep that kind of perspective or that kind of mindset, because honestly, the Page of Wands, he doesn't want, like, it doesn't feel good to engage in like the pessimism or the negativity, right? It doesn't feel good, And so to do things that are within your realm of control, at least, that feel good and that make sense and that bring you a sense of excitement about what could be, okay? Now, in the environment, we have the Lover's card. Now, the Lovers is, of course, the ruler ruled by Gemini, and we have a Mars pre-shadow phase going on in Gemini, which is your 10th house. This is a big, powerful house, and there's a social component coming out. It could be romantic, yes, absolutely, as we have the sun coming through your sign. That would be opposite of your 7th house, which does have to do with relationships. So there might be a romantic component to it, or there may just be more of a collaborative, working together, colleagues, co-workers, all that kind of thing type of element as well. But I see those integrations going well. I do. I see that you working with other people and getting out of your comfort zone, and maybe even relinquishing a little bit of control, actually being so good for you. And you'll enjoy it, and it will be lucrative. It will be successful. I'm also getting, with this card in the environment and just the overall essence of the reading, especially with the 3 of Coins right here, I am getting a feeling of like integration. Meaning, Virgo, you are integrating something new into your life. Whether it's a new job or a new habit or pattern or a new idea, a new project, a new initiative, whatever it is. I do think that you are integrating something new. And I want to skip over here to the 7 of Wands because I feel like the initial stages of that integration may be a little bit of a challenge, but I think you like that. And that's where the Page of Wands comes in so handy, because it's like, yes, maybe there are obstacles. Yes, maybe there are hurdles, but that's what makes it fun. Right? That's what makes it interesting. That's what keeps me intellectually stimulated, is when I have an issue that I can problem solve and figure out and find a solution for. And yes, will it be uncomfortable? Yeah, probably. And yeah, you may need to kind of stand in this sort of stronger strength, empowering place. There's nothing wrong with that, but sometimes it requires more energy, and so, yeah, you got to stand up for something, or you got to fight for something, or you got to, really like hold others accountable too, saying, hey, this is not just my project. This is all of our projects. Let's like get up. And maybe you're a little bit of a leader in that way, of more motivating others to get up and let's solve it together and let's do this together. And the more minds we have, the better. And if it's just with you, with just a spouse, or you with a significant other, or you with a coworker, or with a boss, or you with a team of people, I do think with this Emperor down here that people are looking to you, right? The sun is in your sign now. So, and we've also got Mars in your 10th house. Mars in the 10th is absolutely a leadership position. 100%. Whenever I look at a natal chart and they've got Mars in that 10th house, there is a quality of being an authority figure or a leader in some way, shape, or form. So yeah, you are taking on the leadership role right now. And it may not be in your comfort zone either. Maybe you're used to, I'm not saying Virgo is a follower. I think you're actually more of like an independent thinker. You kind of always go your own route. But now people are looking to you. People need to see you standing firm, standing strong, being empowered, being optimistic, and really believing in the grand possibilities of what could possibly be. Because normally I would say this Queen of Coins was your energy, Virgo, but I don't think so. I think this is definitely someone else who's dragging their feet and who has lost the belief in themselves. They don't see what they are capable of. They don't see what's possible for them. But it's like when they look at you believing in yourself and standing in your own self-respect and your own sense of self-value and self-worth, it inspires them in some way, shape, or form to awaken that sense of self-worth from within themselves. So you're not just being a leader for the sake of solving the problem, even though at face value that may be what's happening, right? On the surface, that may be what's happening, but you are actually having what we may call like a ripple effect or a domino effect. It's not just about the surface thing, but you're impacting people for the long term. Because when someone like a Queen of Coins in their reversal, who doesn't see or doesn't understand their sense of worth, or who's losing their sense of faith, sees you embodying all those things that they wish they could have, it creates space for them to step into that place themselves, to feel safe doing that. And that can have a long-term, lifelong impact for them in the best possible way. There is something with this Page of Wands. I know it's just a page, but when the page comes out with the Emperor, it's like a playful, come on, let's go, that turns into like this whole leading of the pack. Like you're officially like the alpha wolf of the pack. You know, everyone's going to do what you say and abide by your rules. And they're going to really take into account your opinion and your ideas, because you just have an energy about you right now. You come off with a sense of authority. So when you are going to your job interviews, or when you are having a conversation with your spouse or with your team at work, don't be afraid to put your opinion out there. Don't be afraid to be heard and seen. Don't be afraid to stand up with confidence and to feel strong and empowered and say, this is what I think, this is what I feel, and this is what I'm pretty sure is going to work really well, or at least let's try it, but to try it with confidence and to try it with vigor. And I do sense this like zest and zeal, as if I can use those kind of silly words, right? Zest and zeal coming through Virgo right now. There's something spicy, but it's wise, right? We have the Hermit. It's coming from a place of experience, from a place of wisdom, from a place of knowledge. You're not just spouting off nonsense. You're actually speaking truths, and you're resonating with people. The reason why you are a capable leader right now is because you resonate with people. You're saying things that make sense to people. They're going to want to get on board with you because you may be saying things that they're either afraid to say or afraid to admit, or things that may have been percolating that they haven't quite made sense of yet. Virgo seems to be offering a voice of reason and a voice of rationalization, but also a voice of hope with the page, It's interesting, this combination, the page with the Emperor right next to it. It's kind of like a relatable energy, something that everyone can get on board with, but on that back end, there's like this big mass, this big powerful entity, this big powerful force that people aren't going to realize what really hit them, And when you have that, and I often see the Hermit as kind of being the spiritual guru aspect of the Emperor, because the Emperor is no fool. The Emperor is not just some brazen, haphazard individual. He's got a lot of experience under his belt. He's got a lot of wisdom. I'm kind of seeing like a Marcus Aurelius quality from him right now, right? Like philosopher who can withstand the test of time. Basically, he's one of the people that has attained like immortality to a degree, right? Not physical immortality, but his essence, his words. We can still go to the store and buy his books, right? But he was also an emperor, a leader, a warrior, all of it, And that may be a part of you that you're integrating now, and that may be a part of why this Seven of Wands comes out first and says it may be a little bit of a struggle. Because perhaps maybe you're not used to being this role. Perhaps you're not used to being in the limelight or in the spotlight and being seen and people following you. Maybe that's an uncomfortable place for you to be. It's not your brand or your quality of leadership, but somehow it feels right. And that's why, right? Page of Wands, be optimistic. What if it works out? What if it's for the best for everyone? What if it is better beyond your imagination? You don't want to leave anything on the table here without trying it at least. You might as well try it. If it doesn't work out, fine, who cares? But I'm sure you'll learn a lot along the way. Because when I look at this Fool in the reversal, again, I don't know, there's something about the yellow that's connecting me here, even with the yellow of the coin. I'm not quite sure. I kind of feel like these yellow cards, they kind of don't belong to you. It's kind of like what you're witnessing out there in the world, elsewhere, with other people. You're exhibiting, you're observing other people's insecurities and their caution, and they're holding back, and maybe this is because of the effect of Virgo season of wanting everything to be exact and wanting everything to be perfect, not wanting to make a mistake. And maybe because you kind of live with that archetype all the time, that when the sun comes in, you kind of say, well, I'm not going to make a mistake. Like, there is no such thing as a mistake. You know, while everyone is walking on eggshells, you're kind of the only one who's really empowered through this season. But that's how I think that you can take the lead. That's why this opportunity is opening up for you. That's why the spotlight is shining on you, right? Because no one else is stepping forward. Everyone else is holding back. They're not taking that big leap of faith. So when someone else does, when a Virgo does, it's like you're going to be first to the watering hole type thing. But you're definitely getting uncomfortable. Eight of Cups coming out here as well. You're certainly walking away from comfortable ways of life. You know, you are leaving behind the norms, leaving behind the old way of doing things. And, you know, I think Virgo has worked through a lot of stuff, especially with Chiron coming through the 8th house the past few years, and now Jupiter coming through that 8th house. You know, a lot of deep change and transformation going on, a lot of egoic death where your past identity has kind of gone by the wayside, and now you've sort of started to integrate a more pure and authentic version of you. So now when you move forward, it is truly soul driven. It's no longer your ego taking hold. It's like, I'm finding my purpose. I'm finding a channel or an avenue through which my soul can do its work. Now, it may be a subtle way. It doesn't mean you have to go and be like the CEO of some big company. You know, you may want to work at like the local nursery or, you know, something small, but it's a way that you just are. It's in your essence. It's in your fragrance, if you will, in that auric field. And I know you've worked through, you've offered a lot of forgiveness, you've offered a lot of compassion, you've gone through a lot of acceptance, specifically with other people, accepting others for who and what they are, accepting the difference of their journey versus your journey, accepting that sometimes you do need to cut people off, and also accepting that sometimes you do need to challenge yourself in order to grow. I see no stagnation here for Virgo whatsoever. I think actually the idea of stagnation for Virgo is kind of threatening, because it's like, well, if I stagnate, I'm not growing. And right now, this Page of Wands wants to grow and expand. That's what Jupiter in Aries wants to do. And you, especially because you've got Jupiter in the 8th house and Mars in the 10th. So when it comes to your world out there, right, in your place in the external, you're wanting to make your mark. And you're wanting to, I really feel like Virgo wants to, can I talk about the new earth stuff? I don't know if everyone's on board with that or not, but I feel like you want to have fulfilled your destiny of bringing in this new earth that everybody keeps talking about, right? This huge wave of consciousness expansion, right? And as we are making our way, like we're officially out of the Kali Yuga now, we're well into the Dwapara Yuga, we're making our way out of the twilight era of the Dwapara Yuga, right? Which is moving out of the age of materialism and moving into the age of energy. So there has to be this awakening, right? When we say ascension, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the Yuga system, right? And we're out of the descension, which hit at the bottom of the Kali Yuga, and we are now on the ascension. So ascension is the only option. It is the only, it's the inevitability over thousands of years, of course. But there is this massive change as we are leaving that twilight era of the Dwapara Yuga and making ourselves firmly in that Yuga, okay? And I feel like with this World card coming out, you do have a key player, a leadership role in that. And I kind of feel like that's starting right now, like this month, it's starting. And for those of you who are sitting here scratching your head and be like, I have no idea what Jane is talking about, and I have no idea what I'm supposed to do, like, don't worry. It doesn't mean you have to make all these changes. Actually, maybe some of you don't change anything. Maybe your job stays the same. Maybe you stay in the same relationship. But maybe it's more about how you go about living your own life. It's more about the love that you offer. It's more about the compassion that you offer and the acceptance that you give, right? That's what I just said with all the Eight of Cups stuff. And just by holding space and doing your own healing work and doing your own growth, that is ultimately going to bring you, put you in that Emperor role. And then we have this Ace of Swords, which is all about clarity of the mind and using that will. Now, I do suspect that Virgo does have ambitions with Mars in the 10th house. You have ambitions. You have places you want to go, things you want to attain and achieve. And especially as Venus comes into Virgo on, when is it? The 5th. Venus comes into Virgo on the 5th, just a few days before Mercury goes retrograde. So with Venus in Virgo, you know, the things that you truly value and the things that you feel are worth fighting for are going to come into a really sharp focus. It's not going to be a lot of confusion. In fact, I haven't felt a lot of confusion for the past couple of months, really since July. I feel like July and August, we were coming out of that haziness, coming out of that fog or that funk. And it's like, okay, well, we know now a little bit more of what we want. We may not know exactly how we're going to get there or how we're going to do it, but we know at least the goal to some degree, at least a fuzzy vision of it, right? So we're coming into greater clarity, and now we get to utilize our willpower and our inspired action, because there are going to be moments throughout Virgo season where you just you can't help but go do something. You can't help but build something. You can't help but put something together. You know, it's just you're feeling called, you're feeling pulled to do that. And you're not going to be able to push against it. You're just going to have to roll with it. And weirdly enough, rolling with it and being surrendered in that way is actually what empowers you even that much more. Because you're saying, well, this is what I'm going to do, and I don't even really care what the outcome is, because what if the outcome is awesome? And what if it actually helps people, right? The lovers over here, what if it actually is for the best? And what if the resources do come through? And what if people are on board and people, and you just can go on and on and on. Well, what if this and what if that? And what if it all works out great? So you are pushing and willing things into reality, slowly but surely. And this is the effect of what happens when you manifest things, quote unquote, right? Because back earlier in the year, when you were manifesting things and you were thinking about things and you were feeling through the emotions and you were dreaming and you were imagining, especially with all that heavy Pisces. I know that Virgo got hit hard with all that Pisces opposition stuff. And it really forced you into this more dreamy space. It wasn't super action oriented. It was really surrendered. And now that we are in more of an action-oriented place, all of that stuff from 6, 7, 8 months ago starts to make more sense now. starts to come into greater focus and we get to start organizing as we do in Virgo. Now, will the results happen right away? Ace of Coins reverse? No, there will be a delay, as is very common when we're in Earth seasons. You know, Earth signs and people born with a lot of Earth in their chart, they don't necessarily enjoy that luxury all the time of like setting something in motion and then bam, getting the real results right away. Boom. You know, some people do that. And it's like, whoa, how did you make that happen so fast? Earth signs tend to have to like work with the elements a little bit more. They have to work with the earthly realm a little bit more. And in a way, it makes you more powerful because you are more patient and you are more intentional about things. And you can be more specific the way you curate your life, and ultimately end up building a life that is more purposeful than one that is just like sporadic and chaotic. So yes, but the results are still there. Ace of Coins is still there. So the money will come in, the resources will come in, the people will show up, whatever it is. But I do think that you are needing to kind of accept the fact that you are stepping into this leadership energy, well, for at least Mars being in Gemini, which is going to be till March of next year. So at least till then, from now until then. So think of yourself as an emperor. Think of yourself as the leader of something. Think of yourself as someone that can truly make a mark. And think of, well, what if it works out great? What if it really helps? What if it makes the world a better place? And then with the Three of Coins, it tells me, again, more about integration, that you can collaborate and you can work with people and you can integrate all these wonderful new ideas and new perspectives. And you're so open to the way other people are seeing things. You're so open to other people's ideas. You're open. And that's what makes a great leader. Someone who doesn't have that ego of I know everything and I am the best. A great leader is someone who can consolidate all of these other ideas and other strategies and other perspectives into the most useful and the most beneficial, and leverage that for not only their growth, but the growth of everyone involved. So this is new. This is a whole new thing for you, Virgo. And it may feel odd. That's why the Seven of Wands comes out, because it may feel odd. It may feel really uncomfortable, and it may not feel fair. Or, if things don't work out, it's kind of like, oh, well, it's not fair. Well, it's not happening for you. It's not working out for you because it's not supposed to. That's not the point of that. Okay, hold on. Let's pull out some. Okay. So we're going to start pulling the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the clarifiers that I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. Now, I had some technical issues on my website last month. I'm so sorry about that. I'm still working to rectify some of them and getting the PayPal working, because that wasn't working properly. It was causing all sorts of havoc. So hopefully that's working this time. And I'll still have the old website up and available if you want to purchase it there. For those of you who are new, the comprehensive reading is where we talk about all these cards. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes additional, so it's kind of like getting a whole second reading. And if you want to subscribe, you can subscribe just to your single zodiac sign, or you can subscribe to all 12, or you can become a member of my Soul Seekers group, which still gets access to all 12 comprehensive every month, but it also has a lot more content, and we're developing that over a little bit through August, and even more videos will come out through September as well. So you've got a lot of options. All that information will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. Whew, that was a mouthful. Sorry about that. Just got to get it out there. So let's go ahead and start clarifying. So we're going to start with this Page of Wands. So we have the Wheel of Fortune reversed. We have the Two of Swords reversed. and the Magician. Beautiful. Now for the environment, let's take a look. What else does Virgo need to know regarding their environment? Eight of Swords, Six of Cups, oh, another Ace of Swords. Beautiful. Okay. Now, our little Annie fur in there. Okay, we got to take a look at this Seven of Wands. Beautiful Nine of Cups. See, what if it all works out? It's all worth fighting for. It's all worth putting together. Hermit reversed. Four of Wands. Beautiful. The Hermit. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. The High Priest, not the Hermit. High Priest. Ten of Swords. Three of Cups. We have the Knight of Coins. Another Virgo card. The Empress. Ten of Wands. Beautiful. All the hard work, it's going to pay off. And I hope that you can have faith in that. Yeah, there are certainly people around you that are not feeling very empowered at all. Oh, Eight of Cups on top of Eight of Cups with the Ten of Coins. And the Star, beautiful. Now for the Emperor. Queen of Cups reversed. Justice. Four of Cups reversed. Four of Swords, Queen of Coins upright, and another Page of Wands. Beautiful. Ten of Cups. The Tower. Two of Wands. Karma. High Priestess. And the Hanged Man reversed. Two of Coins. Another Fool reversed. Interesting. And the Moon. Okay. So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So again, all the options in the description box and the comment thread down below. Not trying to make it confusing, just trying to make sure that everyone gets access, even if there may be some technical difficulties still trying to get resolved. But anyway, that's everything, Virgo. I truly wish you nothing but the best. Have an amazing September. And I'm so excited to see how all of this evolves for you. All right. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Libra. Welcome to your September 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you all for being here. And just quickly before we get started, happy birthday to all the September Libras out there. I sincerely hope you get to do something super fun and special for your birthday, spending it with people that you love, doing something that you love. So let's go ahead and dive right in here with the card that signifies what the universe needs from you, which is this King of Cups energy. Now, what the universe needs is your relentlessness, is what I'm hearing, your relentlessness. To be relentless with your ambitions, to not hold back, to don't scale it down, right? This is a really powerful card. Now, this is a Scorpio card, and Scorpio rules your second house, your house of money. All right, so I do think that there's a significant material focus for Libra right now, wanting the tangible, the material rewards. Yes, you do want the money in your bank account, but you also want to ensure that you're doing the good thing, the moral thing, the right thing, the high value thing, so it's not just greed, it's true results of bringing true value. And I feel like you've been kind of holding off a little bit, or holding yourself back, or maybe you've been distracted by other kinds of circumstances or situations in your life. You've had to kind of put a few things on the back burner. And now this King of Cups is like, well, I can either keep it on the back burner and just never do it, or I have to prioritize this, and that's it. And so with Virgo season, now for you, Virgo season is a little bit interesting because it is a 12th house transit. And usually 12th house is about, surrender and giving into things and letting things go, that kind of thing. But still, with Mars in the 9th, there is that strong desire and that intense pull toward expansion. And so it's not going to be a lazy Virgo season by any stretch of the imagination. Now, you may need your rest. So please make sure that if you do feel that you need rest, to please take it. But when you do have those bursts of energy and you have those bursts of inspiration, to please just tackle it and go after it, and to prioritize the things that you have deprioritized previously. Because in the environment, we have this World card, which is that suggestion that things are starting to turn over, that you are being transported from one sort of reality into the next reality. And there are a number of opportunities and a number of people and whatever to really help you do this. Externally, I feel like you have multiple aids, right, or guides. And you don't have to sit here and identify all of them. You don't have to say, well, that must be an aid, and that must be a guide, and that must be something to help me. You don't have to do that, but just allow yourself to be helped. Sometimes I know Libra likes to be very self-sufficient, right? Highly independent as an air sign, and you enjoy your responsibility with things. And so hopefully you enjoy it. Hopefully you do that. And so you tend to be like, well, I can do this, but this World card is saying, I know you can do it, but here are other people to help you. Here are other situations and circumstances to help you. And it's going to be important for you to view and perceive things as being helpful, even though maybe there are some obstacles, even though maybe there are some things that you would prefer not to happen, but those things that you would prefer to not happen are likely clearing a path for you, all right? So everything is to your benefit right now. Everything is enhancing your experience and making your life better. It's very, very, very important that you do not only look at things at the surface level. Because I'm looking at this Hermit, we have to dig deep. It is Virgo season, and Virgo is all about going deeper than just what it appears to be on the surface. It's about getting to the bottom of things. So if you're only looking at things from the surface level, you may be like, oh, that's so unfair, or oh, it's so mean that person did that, or how dare they do that, or I'm so annoyed that this person is doing this, or that my company is doing that. For you, it's a parting of the Red Seas, all right? Fish might not be super happy about it, but the Red Sea is parting, all right? So you're going to have an unobstructed pathway, and that's why all of these things are really occurring. So stepping into your wisdom here and understanding the universal support, because that's what has to happen when the world comes out, is that universe has to support you. So we have the 4 faces of God here, right? We've got the Aquarius, like the angel, we have the eagle for Scorpio, the lion for Leo, and the bull for Taurus. These are like the 4 faces of the cherubim, right, which are responsible for protection and also transport. So you are being transported. And unfortunately, it's not like we can see ourselves on these, chariots being carried or hovered by cherubim and getting to where we want to go. Unfortunately, we can't see that. Right? It's a little bit more magical or a little bit more metaphysical than that. But your wisdom, your knowledge, you should know that, hopefully. When you look at things, see it more deeply and let it go more easily. There will be things you're going to have to let go. It is a sun through the 12th house transit. 12th house is not an easy house, right? But it's helpful. It's helpful because it enables you to gain a higher perspective with pretty much everything, right? Because the 12th house is like way out there. And when you're way out there, you can look in on everything and see it actually much, much, much more clearly. And you don't remain so attached to things. You are more willing to let things go when you see the benefit of doing so. So things can come and go very easily during this season. Virgo season and a Mars in Gemini, we've got a lot of Mercury involved. Plus, you are going to be the host of our Mercury retrograde this month. It's happening on the 9th. That Mercury retrograde is assisting our reassessment process. We are reassessing and reprioritizing, reconsidering, reinventing all sorts of things right now. And in that process, a lot of things will be eliminated. A lot of options, a lot of potentials will be taken off the table for Libra. And you're going to say no to a lot of things. But while saying no to these things, you will be saying yes to this over here, right? So it's a very clear-cut line. And 10 of coins comes in and says, this is lucrative for you, right? This is going to be highly profitable. This is going to pay out. This is going to be good for you. There's going to be a benefit here. And when Libra benefits, many other people benefit. And I do think that you have lofty goals and that maybe you've really struggled. Because I'm looking at this Empress and this King of Wands in the reversal. Now, these may indicate other people as well. I'm going to come back and we're going to redo a little bit of a story with these. But for now, briefly, Empress reversed, King of Wands reversed. You may have struggled with feeling deserving of the 10 of coins in the past. You may have felt that you didn't deserve like that amount of money, or you didn't deserve a healthy, positive, supportive love, or you didn't feel that you deserved that beautiful home, or you didn't feel you deserved that job because maybe, I'm not experienced enough. Maybe you rationalized it away, and in doing so, discredited a lot of your experience, a lot of your knowledge, and a lot of what you do have. So now this turnover is really happening, right? This is starting to come to an end. All of this discrediting ourselves is coming to a pretty substantial close. And you're no longer going to accept scraps or peanuts for things. You're no longer just going to accept the lovers that have one foot in and one foot out. You're no longer going to accept the jobs that work you to death and don't pay you enough, right? You're no longer going to accept that. So Libra absolutely stepping into their power, and this ambition as it's like I say, it's relentless. It's just going to kind of keep, it's like, no, it's got to be more. 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 And the desire for more is not egoic. It's you deciding not to shrink away and to hide in the shadows. And that's very clearly seen with the Knight of Wands, which is perfect for a Mars in the 9th house transit. Because when Mars is in the 9th house, there's a search for all things other, right? All things other than what you know. So you are pushing your consciousness, you're pushing your mind, and you are also pushing your worldly experience. You're going to start expecting more luxurious experiences. You're going to be expecting deeper love. You're going to be expecting deeper conversations, and it's just like I don't want to do the petty surface stuff anymore. I want the wealth. I want the abundance. I want the prosperity. I want the wholeness of the experience. A lot of Librans kind of get smacked in the face with that stereotype of being superficial, right? But we can't forget that Saturn is exalted in Libra. So yes, you do have a charming side, but a lot of times that charm is to really suss out who is superficial. Not that you are superficial yourself, but that Saturn exaltation really cutting to the crux, cutting to the reality of things, cutting to the bone, and being able to see through a lot, right? A lot becomes transparent for Saturn. Saturn can just see through anything that's false, anything that is not aligned with any kind of a truth. Boom, it just goes straight there. And so this is Libra sort of pulling out that Saturn quality a little bit and saying, you know, like we got to be real with ourselves. It's no longer beneficial for us to be suppressing our creativity and suppressing our light and suppressing our sense of value and just accepting minuscule things, because that's what I did. And look, it stopped growing. You know, it stopped growing. 7 of Coins reversed. There's no longer any fruit on that tree. And I can sit here all day long and sit and wait and wait and wait and wait. And I know in my heart that it's no longer going to produce fruit. It's just not. So you have to push and get out of that comfort zone. And so now remember, Scorpio is ruled by Mars, right? Traditionally. Mars and Pluto with modern astrology, but traditionally Mars. So we have to follow Mars. So Mars in the 9th house, more. You just want more. And I think you're at peace with that. You know, you're very good with that. Saying just like, yeah, I want more. I'll admit it, 100%, hands down. I want more. I want an improved experience. And while I may be happy with this long list of things, and I'm grateful for this even longer list of things, and I'm content with this long list of things, still in my heart, I can't help but want to grow. And that's it, period. And there's no explanation needed, Libra. And I don't think anyone's really demanding an explanation either, which is good, because it's just like you can just do it. You know, you can just go and you can just go make the money and go fall in love and go improve your life, and no one's going to push back against you. And that's a blessing for sure. But this time of hiding in the shadows and playing small and not giving yourself the credit that you fully and truly deserve, that time is over. Like it is, sometimes during these readings, I'm like, oh, you know, it'll be a couple of months and what, like, no, it's over. Mars is in your 9th house right now. The sun is in the 12th. It's donezo. Okay. So you're not going to be able to go back to that place anymore, because I'm going to tell you what, once you walk through this portal here, once you walk into this new energy or you get a taste of this, you can't ever really go back. It's kind of like the first time you fly first class in an airplane. It's like going back to economy is really hard, because you're like, but I know what's up there now. I know that they get meals and they get the warm cookies and the towels and they have their own bathroom, and it's like, it's so much better. And like, I can't go back there anymore. And when you do have to go back there, it feels worse than it ever felt before, you know, that kind of thing. And so there's that determination to keep going so you don't ever have to go back. And collaboration energy is strong with Mars in Gemini. Gemini is all about collaboration, collaborating, communicating, working together, communities, neighborhoods, doing things as a collective, you know, and I do think that, you know, your endeavors actually may do very well with other people, incorporating other people, bringing other people onto your team, going out and dating, being social. You know, we've had a lot of months this year where it was just like everyone was just in their hermit mode. Everyone was just kind of pulled in, and yeah, maybe you'd go out once or twice or whatever, but it wasn't like how it used to be. But I think the energy is kind of shifting now, and people are starting to say, okay, yes, I do. And I think Saturn in Aquarius played a big part in that as well. Jupiter through Pisces played a big part in that. And now that energy, it's not officially over yet, but it's still starting to like come off of it, and you're starting to blossom again. You're starting to come back alive and to feel the warmth of your heart, and to feel the warmth of that which you ultimately want to give. And I feel strongly that with Mercury going retrograde in Libra, we are all in this state of comparison right now, comparing ourselves to other people. And while that's not always the healthiest thing, sometimes we need to acknowledge that our external world continually mirrors things back to us. And it's not comparison to see who's better or worse, but comparison in order for you to gauge how much progress you've actually made. And I'm looking at this King of Wands and this Empress reverse both. Now, this is a Libra card, but I'm looking at both of these as maybe two distinct individuals, or it could be one, depending, or maybe more than two even, but at least two people, one or two people that you look at them and you say, like, there is a person who has so much potential, and they are so beautiful, and they are so good, and they are so well-intentioned. So why are they holding themselves back? Why are they not showing up in a big way? Because a King of Wands not showing up in a big way? An Empress not showing up in a big way? What is that? What is that about? What's going on there? And you see yourself as an Empress. Of course, this is your card. You see yourself as an Empress. You see yourself as a King of Wands, as a creator, as a trailblazer in many ways, as a cardinal sign, right? You're someone that is innovative and kind of like a very big risk taker a lot of times. Libra doesn't get enough credit for that, but you are a risk taker. And especially when something really calls to you, you know? Like I always talk about the stereotype with Libra of the not being able to make a decision, or the indecisiveness. Like, well, if you're dealing with a Libra who can't make up a decision about stuff, you clearly have not given them a good enough choice of something, right? Because it's like, well, what do you want for dinner? Mexican or Italian food? Like, oh, either way. Like, yeah, because they're both fine. But if you say, well, what do you want for dinner? You want to go to like, you know, Taco Bell, or do you want to go to like a Michelin rated 5-star restaurant or something? You know, like, obviously, let's go to the really nice place. If you're giving me the option, you know, like, let's go to the nice one with like the best food in the world, with the best chefs in the world. Like, yeah, let's do that. Right. And I don't know, I think I'm not saying you pity anybody or anything like that. It's just you see it. You see people not showing up in a big way. You see people shrinking and hiding in the shadow. And you see the effects of that. You see the effects of what happens when you do that. And how many people are denied the beauty of these persons' ultimate light. Now, I'm not saying that everyone has to like go be famous or anything. It's not really about that. It's about living into the desires that you have. Because desires are often driven by the soul. Desires are how the soul communicates with us in order to direct our experiences and to pull us toward new lessons that we're meant to learn. So by comparing, or by the mirror of, maybe comparing is not the right word, but by that mirroring, it's going to drive your ambition even that much more. It's going to enhance your commitment to your ambitions even that much more. I think that's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful moment. It's a beautiful moment for the people who are attuned and for the people who are truly listening to themselves. It's going to be a difficult moment for people who are not in that space, because they're going to witness all their friends going off and winning and succeeding and being successful and getting what they said they were going to go get. The only thing that hopefully it does is it inspires people. That it inspires people to awaken within themselves their own ambition and their own drive and their ability to overcome their own fears and insecurities. There's nothing you can do for them in that regard. They have to do that themselves. So your ambition is getting fueled more and more and more from multiple angles, and your desire for this expanded experience even getting that much more potent and powerful, and will continue to do so, by the way, all the way up through Aries season of next year, as Mars is in your 9th house this whole time. So now with the Two of Wands in the reversal, I have a feeling that you have a vision, right? You know what you want, but you're also open to a lot of other things as well. Because perhaps there is that acceptance that maybe you don't know best, and maybe your higher self or the creator knows best. So while you are taking control of the things that you at least know you can control, there is also a lot of surrender with the Four of Swords as well. A lot of surrender to potential experiences that may not even be a part of your mental repertoire right now, right? You may have incredible possibilities coming into your life that you legitimately never even considered, ever, not even once. It's like kind of thinking, again, I'm aging myself. Every time I talk about like Sex and the City, I always age myself. But it's like Carrie Bradshaw, right? Just writing her articles one after the next, after the next, after the next. And then all of a sudden she gets a book deal, right? And just like, that wasn't something she ever thought about. And yet there it was, it just fell in her lap. So I kind of feel that the openness with those kinds of things is really strong for Libra as well. So it's exciting. It's an exciting month because it's a launch pad. It's going to propel you in a new direction that you're going to be really happy about, and that is going to pay out. It's going to pay out. It's going to bring you the love. It's going to bring you the wealth. It's going to bring you the stability and the happiness and the fulfillment that a previous path just simply is fizzling out on. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new, the clarifiers, or the cards I'm about to pull out, we cover in the comprehensive readings. Now, those can be found, the links for that can be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about all these cards. I did launch my new website last month. I had a few technical difficulties, but PayPal should be working now. I'm still going to have the old website up, so if you want to just do it the old way, that's totally fine. But if you did want to subscribe to just automatically get it every single month, just to make your life a little bit easier, you can do that as well. I'll probably do like a real big announcement on that website, just maybe in the middle of September or early October. I just kind of wanted to get it running smoothly before I did like this whole like huge thing about it. So anyway, there are options for you to purchase the comprehensive. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with the King of Cups. So what else does Libra need to know regarding the King of Cups here? What else does Libra need to know? Two of Cups reversed. Ace of Wands. There's the ambitions, the new ventures. Beautiful. I love the aces. You always get so many aces. That's like a Libra thing. I don't know. I don't know that I've ever done a reading or so many readings for a sign that have with so many aces all the time. We have the Chariot. Three of Coins. Another Three of Coins, which I love. And a Knight of Swords. Okay. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the Hermit. What else does Libra need to know about the Hermit? Seven of Coins. Another Seven of Coins reversed. Six of Cups. Beautiful. Nine of Coins and a 10 of Coins. You're certainly doing the right thing. Eight of Wands. And there's a King of Wands upright. It's the difference between being in your creativity and not being in your creativity. Eight of Swords. Another Knight of Wands. Excellent. Ace of Swords. We have Queen of Coins, 7 of Wands, and 10 of Wands. King of Coins reverse. Yeah, I do see you relinquishing a lot of control over things. The Fool, 5 of Cups. And just being really go with the flow right now. And just saying, I'm willing to play the game, universe. I'm willing to play the game. 6 of Wands. High Priestess. A 9 of Cups, beautiful. Wishes coming true. Queen of Wands. Ooh, an Empress upright. Interesting that we got the Empress and King of Wands both upright on cards that have more to do with you. 2 of Cups. Three of Cups. This certainly could be a relationship issue. For those of you who are in relationships, it doesn't have to be romantic, but it could be, but who have a specific one-on-one connection in mind. We'll talk a little bit more about some of the stuff that's coming through for that. And Strength reversed. Okay. All right. So this is where we're going to pick up. So again, all that information for the comprehensive will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you all so much. Happy birthday again, September Libras. And I hope you have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your September 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you all so much for being here. So let's go ahead. Actually, before we get started with like this card right here, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you, I think one of the beautiful things about the essence of this reading is you are doing what a Scorpio is so good at doing, which is fixating on some kind of a goal or ambition and stopping at nothing to get there. There is an incredible perseverance and stick-to-itiveness that's coming through. And honestly, I'm kind of even hearing like success is the sweetest revenge quality as well, which we'll talk about with this Knight of Wands and this Three of Swords. So I don't know what you're doing, but there's going to be a lot of success with it, whatever it is you've got going on. So here we have this card that signifies what the universe needs from you, and it's the King of Coins. So we got the King of Coins, and we also have the King of Cups. Now, this is the Scorpio-Taurus axis, right? Scorpio, you're opposite from Taurus. But this one is a little bit more obsessive, just a scotch, just a little bit more, because it's fixed earth, so it's a little less flexible. But when you apply that lack of flexibility with a goal, that's one of the reasons why Scorpios can be so successful in whatever it is they set their mind to, because they stick to it. They possess the idea and they tackle it, and they will not bend or quit until they've attained it. So I look at this King of Coins and I see the ambition, and I see the desire and the willingness to work really hard for it. But the thing with the hard work that's coming through with Virgo season is it's not drudgery, right? Sometimes we associate hard work with things we don't necessarily want to do, but I think this is exactly what you want to do. I think there are a lot of reasons for you to be really happy with the way that this is going, and with the new jobs that you're getting, and with the new money that's coming in. There's a lot of reasons for you to be happy, and you're not like feeling regretful or resentful that you chose this path. It's just kind of this wide open path. And this is what's so beautiful about Virgo season for Scorpio, because it's 11th house activation. And I feel like the 11th house, that's kind of where the Red Seas sort of part, and all of that experience and all of the wisdom that you hold starts to actually profit. You start profiting off of your life experience. And I think that's going to feel really, really, really good. Some validation that, it wasn't all for nothing. Some validation that all these years, and I don't think that it was just like a few years. I think it's been really since 2008 since you've gone through, right? That was when Pluto came into Capricorn, by the way. So since 2008, in your third house, you completely revolutionized the way you think and the way you see life in general. And now it's starting to like really show up for you. This is what's interesting about astrology transits, is sometimes they're really, 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 really long, right? Like decades. And we don't really start to understand them until we're done with them. And we start reaping the rewards. And I think that's where you're headed. You're starting to reap the rewards of your effort. Now, in 2023, I know I'm getting really ahead of myself, and I'm sorry I'm getting a little sidetracked, but when Pluto crosses over that 4th house cusp into Aquarius, it's going to come across and then scoop back into Capricorn for a minute and then come back in 2024. This is going to be a time for many of you to really come into power, specifically in your careers, because that is going to oppose and be opposite of your 10th house. So there will be a lot of home life stuff going, a lot of private life stuff, but also a lot of career stuff. And so this is like an energy of really propping you up and enabling you to ultimately succeed. Now we have the star in the environment, which says, shoot for the stars, like go big or go home here. And I've been saying that really since last year. Around this time last year, it's been almost a full year. Really, it was around the eclipses. Go big or go home. You better start dreaming big. If you have been experiencing resistance in your dreams and in your imagination, like for example, let's say you in your heart of hearts, you really, really do want to live in this multi-million-dollar mansion in the Hamptons, but your logical, rational, egoic mind says, oh, well, it's not very realistic, and why would I want to spend all that money on that? And I'd be just as happy, with a nice regular house somewhere else. I don't even know, in Vermont, a regular, house somewhere else, no problem. And so with that, you're even limiting yourself. Well, the King of Coins with the King of Cups and the Star say, don't do that. Like if you really believe and really want to live in that multi-million-dollar mansion in the Hamptons, you really better start asking for it, and you better start allowing yourself to really want it and to never, ever, ever hold back. Because this vision with the Two of Wands, it is absolutely like coming into a crystal clear, super sharp focus right now. And you have the energy to back it up. And as the sun makes its way through Virgo and on into Libra and later on into Scorpio, into your sign, and it starts to activate all of your planets, your ascendants, your moons, whatever planets you have in Scorpio, you're going to start to see and realize that, yes, this is an incredibly potent and real possibility, that it is tangible and that I can. Now, one of the things I first said when I started the reading, I was looking at this Knight of Wands and this Three of Swords reverse, was that success is the sweetest revenge. And I know not all my Scorpios are revengeful people, and I know that's the stereotype that gets perpetuated out there. Like I've got a ton of Scorpio in my chart, but I'm like the least revengeful person on the face of the planet, right? But still, like maybe there are still some people in your life from your past that you want to show how capable you are. Like you want them to see it. And maybe this is, I don't know, can I say payback in a way? And again, I don't think that you're all resentful, revengeful people. I don't think that's the case. But it's just kind of like, you gave up on me, you screwed me over, you treated me poorly, you didn't believe in me, and look what happens when you are out of my life. Look at how much better I am. Look at how much more successful I am. Look at what I am capable of doing. And look at how small you are. And again, it's not to judge or to point a finger, but with the Knight of Wands reversed, maybe this was someone that you built up in your mind to some degree as someone who was so fun and adventurous and, oh, they're so amazing and, oh, they make my life so much better. But really they were in the reversal the whole time. You probably didn't even see or realize or understand that that was the case. And you didn't realize that they were actually preventing you from seeing that value within yourself. And so while maybe you don't have contact with this person, or I don't even know like who this could be. It could be a past lover for sure, but it could also be a sibling or a parent or someone you used to work for. You know, it could be multiple people. It could be a whole group of people that didn't accept you or people that didn't want you in their circle or something. And you say, okay, fine. Like if you don't want me, if you don't see my value, then I'm going to go and I'm going to do this tenfold, 10 times better than you. And I'm going to be way more successful than all of you put together kind of thing. And you do, right? And I think that that's where you're really going. And I genuinely believe, you know, let me go back to the Pluto transit again, because when we have Pluto in a house like the third house, there's a lot of information collection that goes on. Learning absolutely everything that you can get your hands on. And a lot of you went through extraordinary spiritual growth during that time because of that. You went really deep within yourself. You figured things out. You connected the dots. And now that extraordinary desire is going to switch, and you're going to start to use that information. And I know you have been maybe using it a little bit here and there and practicing it and honing in those skills. But over the next 20 years, from 2024 to 2044, which is Pluto through Aquarius, it's like, look out, the Scorpios are on a freaking rampage here in terms of like taking over the world. And I know I'm speaking in hyperbole a little bit, but I think in your own way, this will resonate. In your own specific circumstances, this will make sense. Maybe you have gone a little bit overlooked, especially with this, and maybe you allowed yourself to be a little bit overlooked. But this vision, it's getting bigger and bigger, and you're starting to see the possibilities, and you're starting to see people coming in, and you're starting to see people like want what you have and want what you have to give, and they're starting to buy things from you, and they're taking interest in you. They want to hire you. They want to hear what you have to say. They want you, they want you, they want you. And they want to give to you, and they want to be present for you, and they want to support you. And I think the more and more little pages that come into your life, the more and more confirmed you are in your sense of value with the sun. The more and more confirmed and validated you are in what you have to say and what you know. Because with Pluto in the third house, there have been, and I'm talking about a huge transit, so I'm sorry. I know I could be talking about Mars in Gemini or Mercury retrograde or all that, but I think a lot of this really boils down to Pluto coming to its end in Capricorn for the rest of the year, coming to a close. And maybe you doubted yourself a lot because you realized just how much information there was out there. And you were never really feeling ready because there was always more to learn. You never felt ready to propel yourself or ready to put yourself out there because you're like, wait a second, but maybe I'm not smart enough. Maybe I don't know enough. And now that script is turning over and you're saying, no, I'm good now. And I'll always be learning, and that's fine. But I have enough now. There's enough information for me to like really stand firm in what I know. And what I know is aligned with truth, and it's aligned with goodness, and it's aligned with extremely honed in skills. Please do not underestimate your skills right now, Scorpio. That would be a huge mistake. Please do not underestimate the skills and the abilities that you have acquired. Do not sell yourself short. If you got like a job interview, go in there with your head held high and say, yes, I am 100% the best person for this job, period. You're approaching a new love or new romantic relationship. You know that you bring a lot of value into that relationship, and to not be afraid to say, well, what value do you bring into the relationship for, yours to that other person? What do they bring? And don't be afraid to ask. And don't be afraid to clarify. Stand firm, stand true. I almost feel like the more, I don't want to use the word arrogant because I think that's the wrong word to use, but it's maybe confidence, but I also think that confidence isn't a strong enough word. It's somewhere between confidence and arrogance, sitting between those two, but it hasn't officially crossed over into arrogance yet. It's not pride and it's not ego, but it's like a legitimate understanding of that value. And when you stand in that, only the people who feel like, I'm kind of getting, let me switch gears here. I'm kind of getting the image of like a Tony Robbins, like a Tony Robbins who's hiring people. Okay, you're Tony Robbins. It's like, he's not going to hire people who are grumpy. He's not going to hire people who are negative. He's not going to hire people who don't have a good attitude, right? And it's like, you have to really prove that you're on board with my light. You have to prove that you're on board and that you can match the value that I bring. And I'm not here just to stroke your ego, you guys, but with Jupiter in the 6th house, Sun coming through the 11th house, even Venus making her way into the 11th house as well, I feel like it's time for you to really just step into this power that you have that might be a little bit underutilized right now. You're preparing for a substantial life change. And with this 6 of Swords, you're moving into a much easier life. It's a life with more money. It's a life with more travel, a life with more, just expansiveness in general. It's a life where you get paid what you genuinely deserve. And the struggle, whatever struggles you have, whether financial, romantic, with family, with children, with friends, with whatever, with physical health, I could go through all the houses, whatever your challenges are, I feel like your journey out of the rough, choppy waters and into that smooth, glassy horizon is very well underway. And I think you know it. You know it because you can feel it. And actually, as we build up to the eclipses in your season coming up here in the next couple of months, and we are officially in the building up portion of that, right? We are through Leo season, which is kind of in the middle, and Leo and Cancer season in the middle. And then we're making our way. So we're kind of waxing up toward that eclipse. So you're going to start feeling that intensity even more, even now. And so the change, and of course Uranus is so close to that North Node that Uranus is going to be involved again with this eclipse a little bit. And the change, I know you've made a lot of changes since last year, and you're going to continue to make changes because what you're actually doing is you are coming up out of a darkness here. You're coming up out of a dark mindset or a dark belief, something that has been keeping you bogged down and trapped and underappreciated and undervalued for quite some time. And with the Hermit, this is how I know that you have the wisdom. This is how I know. You have more wisdom than you need. You have more experience than you need. For some reason, it was just like, oh, I got to learn more. I got to learn more. Or even I got to do more. Maybe it was even that. I got to do more. I got to build more. I got to change more. I got to, always, because that 3rd house is so like, it's so like buzzy. There's a lot of buzzing going on with that. And with Mars now in the 8th house, in Gemini, that buzziness is going to continue a little bit, but the buzziness from now until March, when Saturn crosses over into Pisces and Pluto enters into Aquarius and Mars moves into Cancer, March is going to be a huge month. It's going to be super weird, but it's going to be a big month, and you're going to feel it on an individual level. And when that shift occurs, it's kind of like all or nothing. Like you either got to put it all in the pot or you got to just get out and just, but I don't think any of you are going to do that. You're going to go all in, because these kings here with their perseverance and their, kind of obsessive quality, it's like, no, like I'm here. I am in it to win it. I am dedicated to my goal, and nothing, and I mean nothing, is going to stop me. And I don't think we've seen, and I said this a few times throughout many of my private readings that I've done throughout the year, and through some of these other more general readings, but like I don't think we've seen the best of you yet, Scorpio. I really don't. I don't think we've seen the best of you. And that moment is very rapidly approaching. You're here to make your mark. You're here to take up space. You're here to be seen and to shine and to bring life into people's lives, the way the sun brings life to earth, right? What's that famous quote? I think it's Hafiz, the poet. I think he's like an Islamic poet. And still, after all this time, the sun never says to the earth, you owe me. Look what happens with a love like that. Something like that. I always mess up that poem. I should actually have it like glued to my forehead, because I reference that poem all the time. But look what happens with a love like that. When you just give without any expectation. Something incredible is stirring and brewing for you, Scorpio. Very exciting. Let's go ahead and pull out the comprehensive cards. Hold on. Okay, so for those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. Now, I have a couple ways that you can access that now. I'm sorry for the transition. I had some technical difficulties on my new website, which are getting worked out still. But you can access them via the old website as normal. The link will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. Or if you do want to subscribe, I do have PayPal working, at least I hope so. They're supposed to update the website on Monday. PayPal working for the subscription. So if you want to subscribe to your sign or to all 12 signs, comprehensives, or if you want to join my Soul Seekers group, which is really cool. We're going to start a new educational series in September as well, helping you to learn a little bit more about your astrology chart. You definitely can do that, and all that information will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. I'm going to make a big announcement at some point with that website. I just got to get it working a little bit more smoothly, because we did have some issues last month, and I think this month we'll be still working out some of those kinks. So maybe in October I'll do like a big announcement and talk more about like the Soul Seekers group and all that. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look here at the King of Coins. Clarifying the King of Coins, we have the Ace of Swords. Beautiful. We have the Six of Swords reversed. And we have the Nine of Cups reversed. Beautiful. For the environment, we have the Fool. Queen of Swords. Okay. And, oh, another star. Beautiful. I love the star, especially for an 11th house transit. Love that. Okay, so let's take a look here at the Two of Wands. Six of Wands reversed. The Lovers reversed. Okay, well, I don't want to bring up too many of these cards, but I did see 4 of these, or two of those that just flipped over, so we'll take those. Normally I only like to pull 3, but that's okay. Oh, another page. See what I mean? Really drawing people in, pulling people in. Ooh, another Sun. Amazing. And the Ace of Cups. Beautiful. A lot of really cool things coming in for you, Scorpio. 5 of Coins reversed. Ace of Wands. Page of Coins. Another page. Love it. Ooh, another king. A lot of kings coming out. Nine of Wands reversed. And Temperance. Another King of Cups. Four of Cups. Eight of Swords. Beautiful. Four of Wands, kind of the land of milk and honey type of deal. Okay. Another Hermit. And a Magician. Hanged Man reversed. I'm really happy that card is reversed. Tower, excellent. Another page. I think we've officially gotten all the pages. Did we? Did we get Page of Swords? Maybe not. Maybe not Page of Swords. Page of Wands. Okay, that's it. An Empress. Five of Cups. High Priestess reversed. There's the Page of Swords. I had a feeling we were going to get all the pages. Page of Swords reversed. Another Fool card. Ace of Coins. Eight of Coins. And Strength. Beautiful. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up. So again, if you want to join me for the comprehensive, all the info will be in the description box in the comment thread down below on how to do that. And we're going to talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about all these cards. So it's kind of like a second reading. All right. Thank you guys so much. You know how much I love and appreciate you. Have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Sagittarius. Welcome to your September 2022 tarot card reading. Thanks so much for being here. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the Queen of Coins. Now, I'm going to speak to this card just as like, not in context with anything else, just as it is. Queen of Coins is, first of all, she's a card that represents the zodiac sign of Capricorn. So it's a cardinal energy. So it does have a lot to do with initiation. And it has a lot to do with bringing things forward and having faith in your ability to reap what you sow. And sometimes she does have to confront what she has sown, right? Because if she has planted certain seeds that maybe she didn't necessarily want the fruit of, she's still going to have to confront and deal with the fact that, okay, there are some unwanted results with things. But she's also, she works hard. Smart more than hard, but she still works hard. She is a softer, more receptive energy. There's a quality of like attunement with nature. Being in Virgo season, it's not the worst time to, go for a walk in the forest or go hang out at the park or go rock climbing or something. It's probably a good time to do that. And I kind of feel like she's very much at peace. And she's at peace with what it is she's bringing to life. And she's at peace with what she's beginning right now. Okay? So, in the environment, we have the Hanged Man, which is, a period of suspension or a period of delay. But it's for the sake of coming into higher consciousness. It's not just, the universe sucks, so it's going to put some sort of delay on things or it's going to hold you back in some way. It's needing you to expand consciously so that you can be ready and be prepared for whatever is coming next. And it feels like there's something in terms of information, especially with Mars in Gemini and a Mercury retrograde. There's something in terms of information that is needing to kind of sink in a little bit. It's needing to be internalized. It's probably something that you know. Maybe it's something you know about yourself, or you know about a certain habit that you have, or a certain way of doing things that you've been so accustomed to. It's something that you know needs to change or needs to evolve, but you haven't really like known it. Like it hasn't come to that breaking point of like now or never. And I think that this is the process of you coming to that breaking point and saying, okay, I can no longer go down that route. And I have to change. I have to modify the way I do things so that I can go down this route, whatever that may be for you. It could be new relationships. It could be a new kind of career or something like that. But you don't want to be stuck in that same cycle again. Because when I was pulling out these cards, the Six of Cups was really, really coming out hot and heavy for some reason. I don't even quite know why. You don't really have any major arcana coming out. So this is not like a gigantic month for Sagittarius. It's just, a month for you to take a look at yourself, as Virgo season does for all of us, right? We have an opportunity to go inside ourselves and say what's working and what's not. And for those things that aren't working, how can we make adjustments? And for you, I think it's about behavioral adjustments with that Uranus North Node in the 6th house. It's about your habits and the things that you do on a daily basis that are building certain realities that may not be in your best interest. So changing behaviors to build realities that is the point of this month, okay? But I'm really looking at this Six of Cups, and I want to start here because I feel like something from the past is coming back. It's coming back up. It may have to do with relationships. It may have to do, especially with Mars in the 7th house, which is going to be there for quite some time. It's going to be there until the end of March. So it's quite a while. So dealing with other people is going to be a substantial focus for you. And you may just be going along living your life, totally normal, right? Everything's fine. And then all of a sudden something comes up, whether someone from your past resurfaces or something comes up that reminds you of something, or this normal life just isn't quite satisfactory anymore. And you're faced or you're confronted with this moment in time, like I have to change. I have to evolve. And as a mutable sign, Sagittarius, you're not usually the most rigid. That's not something we say about Sagittarius. We're not sitting around talking about how stubborn Sagittarius is. That's like a conversation we have for the fixed energies, right? But this is you confronting a point of extraordinary stubbornness, King of Coins in the reverse. And it's something that's hurting you. It's not something that's benefiting you. Sometimes stubbornness can be great, when it comes to perseverance and it comes to overcoming obstacles and, building businesses and being dedicated to a person. Like that kind of thing is good. But this is something that has thrown you out of balance. Six of Coins reverse. There's not an equal give and take somewhere going on. And what's interesting about this reading, and I had to really sit with these cards for a minute because I don't really have any Sagittarius in my chart. I have a few Sagittarian friends, but I don't really know how this is going to manifest for you as an individual. I think each of you have very specific areas and specific relationships and specific patterns that are just so special to you in your life that you're going to have to look at and you're going to have to acknowledge. But with the Nine of Swords looking in the opposite direction, like it doesn't want to look there. It doesn't want to look at the recurrence of something. It doesn't want to admit that it is trapped in a pattern. And it may not even want to admit that it's a painful thing. Like, I was debating whether or not I wanted to use this example as a visual, but this is just something that came to my mind as I was feeling my way through these cards before I turned on the camera, okay? So I had this visual of, like, let's say a man who is notoriously single, right? Steadfast bachelor, 100%, never getting married, that kind of thing. But then he meets someone who's really special and he's able to actually like coexist with and actually have a relationship with. But he tends to, go out and cheat because he hasn't fully given up this idea of his independent self. So that relationship ends and then he's out dating again, meeting new people, going out, having a good time, but then feeling lonely because he doesn't have that closeness and that intimacy from that relationship. And yet he's still not ready to go get in another relationship yet because he hasn't given up his independent self again. So he may find someone who's going to deal with the fact that he cheats, or something, just deal with that fact. Or he'll just stay single, but it's not what he really wants. What he really wants is this deep love, but can't seem to allow it in his life. Now, I'm using love and dating as an example because we had Mars in the 7th house, but it could be even financial, right? A certain financial pattern that is somewhat detrimental, or some other pattern of consistency or lack of consistency or whatever. So this is a point where you get to say, okay, well, where is it in my life and what does that mean for me? And where is it that I know I don't want to look, but I know it's there? Okay? I think this Virgo season is forcing everybody to be brutally honest with themselves about how they're getting in their own way. This is not Sagittarius specific. This is like across the board. It is a brutally blunt and honest, but also ready to evolve transit. And with the Queen of Coins over here, this tells me this Sagittarius is 100% ready to overcome this thing that has been problematic in the past, and has prevented growth and expansion and abundance in some area. Now, when I look at the 3 of Cups and even the Knight of Cups, as much as I love these cards and they are beautiful cards, I think they're a little bit surface level right now. And I think you can tell when you are operating on a surface level and you may be not wanting to go there, or maybe pretending like everything is fine. Like if you're in a relationship, pretending everything is fine. And even with the Knight of Cups, who can be an extraordinarily forgiving and merciful person or energy. And I get a sense that to a degree, that's you. Pretending like it didn't happen, being forgiving, being merciful, being compassionate. But is that to your detriment? Whether it's toward yourself or other people. And what are you losing by doing that? Now, you can forgive and be compassionate, but you also want to make sure you're learning the lessons too. Now, there's something about this 2 of Wands reverse that, like, I know you have a vision of how you see yourself. Like, you see yourself in a loving, deeply connected relationship, or you see yourself financially wealthy, or you see yourself succeeding in your career, right? You see yourself like that. But there's an issue with the gap between where you are and where that vision is, what that vision is. And the steps that are needing to be taken are somewhat hazy or somewhat fuzzy. And I think the reason why those steps are hazy or fuzzy is because this old thing has become just so familiar. It's become so comfortable and so familiar. And maybe to a degree, at some point, it was helpful for you to have that pattern going, That's what was needed. But I think you've well past the point. This is it's so far beyond not helpful now. Right? It's not helpful. It was at some point, and it became habitual, and now it's not. And this is something that has led to struggle. 5 of Coins, 7 of Cups. It's led to struggle and confusion. Especially if there's a feeling of not deserving something. Now, we came into, there were strong levels of self-value throughout Leo season last month. And where our self-value expanded, part of this Hanged Man phase for you, the sense of self-value expanded, and now it's time for the world to catch up with that. But in order for the world or your external circumstances to catch up with that, you must release this. And the King of Coins in the reversal, there's a real stick in the mud quality here, like a real unbending nature. But with the Queen of Coins over here, this is the initiation. So it's kind of like overcoming that hurdle by initiating a new pattern, initiating new habits, new ways of thinking, new ways of going about doing things. And that's the beautiful thing about a Mars through Gemini, is it's so experimental. And the experimental quality opens you up to a bunch of different things that you probably never would have considered in the past, never ever. But when it gets to this point where the scales are so far out of balance and there's too much confusion or there's scarcity or there's pain or something, like, you don't really have a choice but to get this going now, unless you want to just wither away in your 9 of Swords, which I certainly don't think you do. That's not a Sagittarius place at all to be there. Sagittarius wants to be happy, right? It's Jupiter ruled. It wants all of the best stuff. The happiness, the joy, the enthusiasm, the love, the friendship, the togetherness, the great sex, the intimacy, all of it. And so 2 of Swords, you're at this crossroads. It's this choice point. We hit these choice points all the time, and they are so crucial with us attaining our destiny. It is requiring you to make actual modifications to the way you go about doing things. And in a way, getting over yourself, King of Coins, of like getting over yourself that this is the only way. Like, get over yourself. We're living in like this quantum reality. There are a trillion different ways that this could go. Get over yourself. You're not so right with things. I'm not trying to say that to be harsh. It's just, King of Coins. Just get over yourself, right? King of Coins can be like arrogant when he's reversed, for sure. But I actually am kind of feeling that with Mars in the 7th house, there are going to be a lot of people out there who are going to be reflecting a lot back to you to help you to really identify how to come out of this. And they'll be really supportive in helping you. So opening yourself up to your greater unit, so whether it's your relationship with another person or your family or, your coworkers and the people that you work with, putting yourself in a position where it's kind of like, well, help me. Help guide me. Help lead me. Show me. Because when you're in this place, it's really hard to see. And others can help you with this coming into consciousness with the Hanged Man. Because this is environmental, this is the environment card, it's more to do with your external reality than it is your internal. So other people are going to delay things up until you come to this higher state. But this higher state is going to help to balance the scales, and it's going to help you to rectify certain things and to heal certain pains that this has been associated with, and to actually evolve. The thing I like about this card and this card is these are Pisces cards. And Pisces, if you think of water, water flowing down a mountain, it doesn't try to like hit up against the obstacles. It just goes around. It's not trying to crash through a boulder. It's just going to move in a different direction, and it's going to spiral and swirl and do all sorts of fun things. And it's not going to let anything hold it back. It's going to make it to that lowest point, no matter what. That's the goal. It's going to make it to the lowest point. And it's bendable, it's adaptable, it's flexible, it's not rigid in its thinking at all. So we're releasing rigidity, and we are embracing flexibility and adaptability, and we are initiating, and we're planting new seeds, and we're holding on to faith and passion and belief that things are going to work out. And they will, and they are, and they do. And I do think your circle of the people that really love you, especially if you have children with Jupiter in the 5th house right now, if you do have children, they're going to be very supportive of you too. So now is an excellent time to first of all, be honest. And second of all, ask for help. And thirdly, actually integrate and apply the knowledge that you're coming into during this time. Okay? So let's pull out some comprehensive clarifiers. So, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards I cover in my comprehensive readings. We normally talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. Now, I launched a new website last month, had some technical difficulties with it, but we're getting all that worked out. You should be able to buy these with PayPal on my new site, but I'm still going to have my old website activated, so you can still do it the old way as well. My server was just not, I'm now going to have to go through a changing of my server to kind of handle all the traffic that I had last month. But anyway, and if you want to subscribe, you can automatically get access to your comprehensive every single month, or you can subscribe to all 12 comprehensives as well. That's also an option. And if you want to join my Soul Seekers group, you will automatically get access to all 12 in addition to a lot of other content that we're doing. We're going to start a new educational series in September, talking a lot about astrology and how you can learn to interpret your own chart, things like that. So it's going to be really, really fun. So all that information will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look here. So we're clarifying the Queen of Coins, which is what the universe needs from you. So we have the Hanged Man. Oh, a Queen of Coins reversed. Then we have Five of Wands reversed. Okay. For the environment, a Two of Swords reversed. Ace of Cups. And a Knight of Coins. Beautiful. Okay, so now we're going to pull out cards for the 10-card block. Let's take a look at the Three of Cups. Oh, okay. We've got Ace of Coins, a Fool, and a Justice card. Beautiful. Lovers, excellent. Four of Swords. And King of Swords reversed. Six of Wands, Death. Six of Cups reversed. Ten of Wands. Yeah, there's something, definitely something heavy about that Six of, yeah, with the King of Coins. I knew there was something important about that Six of Cups. It's not usually a heavy card, but man, it smacked me in the face when I pulled it out. Ace of Cups reversed. Okay, and then we have Nine of Swords, Five of Swords, the Ace of Wands, Ace of Swords. Beautiful. There's a chance here. There's an open door. And that's been happening since the beginning of August with Uranus North Node conjunct in your 6th house. Another Nine of Swords. Three of Wands. Two of Wands. Strength. Karma, or the Judgment card. And Nine of Coins. Queen of Coins, excuse me, I'm sorry, Queen of Cups reversed with the Page of Cups. Four of Cups. Ah, we got the moving on from that King of Coins, which is great. The Moon. And the Sun, excellent. King of Wands, World reversed. And the Five of Cups. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So there's still quite a bit to talk about. So if you want to join me, again, all that information will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you all so much. You know how much I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. Have a great month. Talk to you soon. Take care. Hello, Capricorn. Welcome to your September 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and dive right in, starting with the Queen of Cups, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. So what does that mean? Okay, Queen of Cups is she's more private, keeping things to herself, keeping things behind closed doors. And she's really good at being in tune with her intuition and what spirit has to say. She doesn't just jump at decisions. She doesn't just go do things haphazardly. She's a lot more strategic with things. This is actually the card that signifies the zodiac sign of Cancer, which is your opposite sign. So whether we like it or not, we do have a lot of the attributes of our opposite sign sometimes. And I feel like the emotion and the power of that emotion is going to be a huge driver for you this month in terms of accomplishing and initiating and getting yourself over certain hurdles. Because I look over here at the environment, which is the Tower, which means things are changing in your life pretty fast. You know, the Tower is not a slow energy at all. It's a fast energy. It comes in, it shakes everything up, it changes things, and you're all of a sudden in a new chapter and you can be like, whoa, what the heck just happened? You know? But this is always a product of your inner workings, right? Some people get really surprised. Oh, another Tower. Well, like, yeah, towers have to happen when we grow. Towers have to happen when the old stuff no longer serves us anymore, and we have to make room and make space for the new stuff. So all of this goes hand in hand with what it is that you're wanting out of life, what goals you're setting for yourself and what ambitions you currently have. Now, you may be experiencing some difficulty with relationships. Now, you don't really have a lot going on in like your 7th house, but we do have that Uranus North Node conjunction happening in your 5th house. So when it comes to dating or casual relationships or even friendships, those kinds of things may be rapidly changing and evolving as well. Now, that's all kind of generic. So let's go ahead and get into the more specifics, starting with the Hierophant, which is the first card that came out. Now, Hierophant is a very sturdy and stable energy, and it goes very well with the Queen of Cups. I always say he is our inner guru or our inner Buddha. He's that inner voice within us that keeps us on the straight and narrow. Now, with the Hierophant, he never really goes away, but he also doesn't beg you to stay on the straight and narrow. He'll let us wander. He'll let us make mistakes. He will let us, go do stupid things, and he doesn't nag at us. He doesn't bother us, but he's always there as like this safe haven and this safe place within ourselves. The place that is coherent, right? Where our mind and our hearts are at coherent frequencies. He is the place where we are healthy and we are at peace and we are serene. Now, it's possible that you have been asking for more serenity in your life, and that's one of the reasons why the Hierophant is coming out. It's saying, well, serenity is a choice. Peace is a choice. Love is a choice. And the more and more you choose those things, the more and more those things that don't align fall away. Now, the adjustment period of that, or the adjustment phase, can be somewhat anxiety ridden. And I look at this Nine of Swords, and these swords are pointing directly at the Six of Coins. With the Six of Coins, there's always that reciprocity, the give and take that occurs. There's inflow and outflow, people with resources and people who don't have resources kind of deal. And when you are finding that balance internally, sometimes that can be a stressful thing because it can be uncomfortable, right? It can be uncomfortable because it's not common for you. And if there are things going on out there with other people, maybe other people are creating chaos, or they're doing stupid things, or they are wreaking havoc in some way, shape, or form, you're going to have to find even more, like have to kind of come into that center even more, because it's so easy for us as human beings. This is not a Capricorn thing. This is a human being thing. It's so easy for us to get caught up in the energy of other people. I don't really see the other people in this reading, but I know that they're there. I can tell, I can feel it, that you're dealing with other people's stuff, the way they project, the way they are still in their wounded child place. And they may be trying to like disarm you or trying to do something. I don't know. They're trying to create something, and it's not consistent with what you're trying to create. And there may be pain for you to walk away from something like that. And it may mean loss, and it may mean a big, wide unknown in front of you, a big question mark in front of you. But if you are in your peace and serenity, then it is the right choice. And don't confuse comfort with peace. Two very different things. You're moving into a beautiful space with this sun coming out. Here's the Six of Swords. You are slowly gliding, I guess we could say, gliding into this sunlight here. With the Six of Swords, there's always movement in your life. And it's a movement rooted in spiritual evolution. As you evolve spiritually, your circumstances must also evolve, as above, so below. I think Capricorn is really done with the drama, really done with the chaos, done with other people's BS. You know, you're done with how stuck people are, or how closed-minded people are, and how even narcissistic people can be. You're just done. And I definitely feel this. I felt this with Sagittarius too. It's like donezo, like completely door is shut, done. And there's this determination with the Queen of Cups to absolutely generate and create a completely different way of being, way of existing. I think you want greater reciprocity. I think you're really tired of people taking too much, and sometimes scaling it back, because I know that, Saturn as the ruler of Capricorn, Saturn with his symbol of the scythe, which is that curved blade that they used to harvest wheat back in the day, right? And there's that kind of servant laboring in the field quality with like the mythology behind that. And hold on, I'm just trying to think, because that's one of the reasons why Capricorn is always so dependable and so giving, because that's a part of the archetype, the continual and constant being of service and constantly being the one that everyone else can depend upon for their nourishment, right? Because if it wasn't for the people out in the fields harvesting the wheat, you wouldn't have your bread. And so you are the reason why so many things remain intact. But if it pushes you a little too far, Capricorn is going to say, well, this isn't right, this isn't moral. And I often feel that Saturn is strongly morally aligned, right? And when it's not right and it's not good, then you have to pull back and go icy on people in order to balance the scales. People really don't like that. But I think that's something that needs to be done in order for you to feel your absolute best and to feel like you are living in your true value. Because I wonder if there have been people recently in your life that just haven't seen your value. They haven't seen or appreciated or really understood what it is that you're truly giving. And this isn't about punishment. You're not punishing people. You're just sort of evening the score. And I look at this. This came out in Sagittarius reading as well. And it's carrying a lot of weight for me, this Six of Cups, for some reason, as that tie or that connection with the past. That connection with the things that used to be. The past life. The things from your childhood. And maybe, and I know we've been through a lot of healing the past several years. I think everyone has gone through insane levels of healing, especially when, as of like 2017, 2018, when Chiron entered into Aries, we all started kind of going into that inner child place. And now it's time for us to say, okay, I'm ready now, I am full now, I am whole, I am complete now, and I don't need that crutch of my past anymore. The crutch of the past patterning that formed as, coping mechanisms for things that happened. I don't need that anymore. I'm strong, I can stand on my own 2 feet now, and I don't have to play by the rules of an old, outdated game. Some people clearly are with this tower over here. And it is with sheer will and sheer determination that you are able to create this for yourself in your life. And when we have the 9 of Wands and the 8 of Cups right next to each other, I see as limited access. Most people having limited access to Capricorn. You're just not accessible anymore. You are very much moving on. And you are offering a great deal of forgiveness and compassion and appreciation for the things that went awry in your past. Things from the past will likely surface. And I actually think Mars and Gemini plays a big part in this. It plays a big part in this because Gemini has that light and shadow duality to it, right? The good and evil, like all the dualities, all the polarities are truly entwined with this Gemini archetype. So anything that brings out the shadow, which is likely past related, is going to show its face. It's going to rear its ugly head for the sake of rectification, redemption, whatever. And you need to stay vigilant, Nine of Wands, to stay vigilant, to stay alert and cautious, to be aware of what is it that's creeping back up that you don't want to let into your future. I don't know why that felt like a big statement. Like, what is it that's going to creep up from your past that you don't want to let into your future? As I'm kind of seeing him guarding his future here and being extraordinarily discerning and being hard and fast with that line and saying this is acceptable and this is not. Clear cut, clear as day. There is no question with anybody where they stand with you. Are you a part of their future or not? Very few people will make the cut, by the way. Very few situations, very few scenarios will make the cut. And that's one of the weird things about Virgo season is it has a weird way of being icy. It's a very weird way of being icy. And we can all be ice queens a little bit, or ice kings, a little bit. And we have this Queen of Swords, which kind of adds or amplifies the discerning nature and being, now here's a lot of emotion and here's like almost no emotion. It's emotion that is powering everything, but the decision makings are more rational, more logical. You're looking at someone in terms of who they have proven themselves to be. If they've proven themselves to be a certain way with you, if it's not acceptable, it's out. And this is not about redemption. This is not about mercy and like second chances. It's not really about that for Capricorn right now. I don't know that you have that in you. You're wanting to initiate new things in your life. Oh no, a giant bug just flew in here. Okay. You're wanting to initiate new things in your life here. Emotion, the cups tying in. And with the dove, there's always that offering of peace, that offering of ultimate, universal, godly love. And if there are people or situations in your life, I'm not saying everything has to be all lovey-dovey all the time, 24/7, but it's very clear in terms of who can offer that and who cannot, who can reciprocate equally, who meets you halfway and who doesn't. Who are the people who are real partners and who appreciate the light that you emit? Do they see your light? Do they see your value? Do they see how much you give? Do they see and understand that the reason that they have bread on the table is because of how hard you've worked? Right? And so you fill your life up with people who do see, who do appreciate, and who do love. And then you start to get on this track. I feel these little watery symbols here are actually the yod in the Hebrew character, which is deeply connected with the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, so there's a Wheel of Fortune, good luck, high level of wisdom coming through with that Ace of Cups. So that's the track you're on because of the decisions that you're making right now in this moment. And as we move into Libra season near the end of the month, and Mercury retrograde re-enters into Virgo and Venus comes into Libra, which is your 10th house, that's happening right. Sun comes into Libra the 22nd, 23rd, Mercury retrograde re-enters into Virgo, and the 29th of September, Venus enters into Libra. Okay, and it's going to work its way into an opposition with Jupiter there. And so this path of your life is under reassessment. You're thinking about it, but you're thinking about it in a just and balanced way. Okay, so astrologically, you'll be supported in a lot of the decisions that you're going to need to make. All right, let's go ahead and pull out the clarifier. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. All the links and info for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. Okay, so it's kind of like a second whole reading. Now, I did launch a new website last month. I had a few technical issues. PayPal wasn't working. PayPal should be working, although I can't guarantee that until Monday or Tuesday coming up here this week, so I'm not quite sure. But PayPal should be working. You can still order from the old website, though, if that's easier. And if you've subscribed, just log in to your account and click the blog page, and the whole video and playlist will be available to you depending on which tier you've signed up for. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and clarify these. So we start off with the Hanged Man. Okay. Clearly these wanted to come out. We've got the 10 of Wands and we have the High Priest. Oh, we got another one and a Hermit. Okay. We'll take 4. That's fine. And then we want to take a look at the Tower card. What else do we need to know about the Tower here? We have the Knight of Wands, the Moon, and King of Coins. Okay. Let's take a look at the Hierophant. What else do we need to know about the Hierophant? Oh my gosh, I'm not doing super great with the shuffling right now. Okay. Knight of Coins. Eight of Cups, beautiful, and the Chariot reversed. Seven of Swords. Yeah, I kind of feel like Capricorn getting a little heavy-handed with people, but not just because you're being a jerk, but because I think people have pushed you to be that. Right? They've pushed you. They've crossed the line too many times, or they've said something too many times. And it's just like no one can really be surprised, I don't think. World reversed. Eight of Wands reversed. Page of Cups. Queen of Wands reversed. Four of Wands. And the Hanged Man. Oh, another Nine of Swords. Okay. 10 of Swords. And the Six of Swords. Two of Swords, Seven of Cups, Five of Coins. Okay, we got Wheel of Fortune, which I had mentioned. We got the Five of Swords and Strength. Seven of Coins, the Star, beautiful. 10 of Cups, Page of Coins reversed, Eight of Swords reversed. Beautiful with that Lovers. I love that. Okay. Excellent. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So again, all the info in the description box and comment thread down below. Thank you all so much. You know how much I love and adore you. Have an amazing September, and I will talk to you very soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Aquarius. Welcome to your September 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you all so much for being here. So let's go ahead and dive right in here, starting with the Page of Swords, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. So when I look at this, I really feel a minding your own business kind of quality. Like, this is a month where Aquarius is just going to kind of walk softly and stay under the radar and mind their own business and stay out of all the drama and just kind of keep their focus on their own creations with that Mars in the 5th house. You know, you're going through your own form of transformation with Virgo season. As the sun comes through your 8th house, you know, you're going through your own brand of that. And it's not like, not only do you not want to be a part of anyone else's business, but what you're going through is also none of anyone else's business, right? And you're just trying to stay in your lane and just trying to, you know, get through without creating or without having a lot of ups and downs. I think you are really determined to keep this as smooth as possible and to maintain the highest vibration and to just stay happy. You know, to just be happy and to not let anything really bring you down. Over here in the environment, we have the Hanged Man, which says that maybe some of your external circumstances are not moving as quickly as you would ultimately like, which is kind of interesting. It's kind of an odd feeling. We got the Hanged Man twice. And the reason why it's odd for me is because we've got all this Mercury energy at play right now with Virgo and Gemini both being Mercury ruled, plus a Mercury retrograde looming. That's going to begin on September 9th. And generally speaking, Mercury is movement oriented, action oriented. He likes to move and make things happen and collaborate and communicate and do all these things. But here you are just saying, you know what, I'm going to actually take a break from those things. I'm going to be more focused on myself. I'm going to pull away from situations that really do not need my involvement. And if things need to take a little bit more time, I'm okay with that. And I think maybe having Saturn in your sign is kind of a major player there of just, you know, accepting the longevity of things and accepting that not everything has to have, you know, an immediate gratification aspect to it. It's going to be really hard for you to get other people to do things. It's going to be hard to get other people to commit. And you say, you know what, fine. Like maybe you're even just saying, well, let's just wait till Mars retrograde is over. You know, let's wait until next year before we really try to solidify anything. And that's fine. You know, no problem. I can wait. I'd rather have it be real and have it be something more substantive than the flakiness, you know, because I think when I don't know that you really have anything to do with this stuff over here. 5 of Wands, 5 of Swords. I think with this Page of Swords, to me, I just feel like you're in the observer mode. You're observing everything. You're just kind of on the outskirts, walking around the periphery of all of the events going on and just sort of looking in. And because of that, you're actually able to see things quite clearly. I don't know that Aquarius is necessarily feeling super confused about stuff right now. You may be confused as to why people are being chaotic or why people are being unpredictable or why people are making their lives way harder than they need to be. But that's not really for you to judge. And I don't think you are. You know, I don't think that you're casting judgment or you're not projecting. You're just letting everything be because that's your only choice with the Hanged Man. You know, when the Hanged Man comes out twice, it tells me that your hands are not meddling, right? Your hands are tied behind your back. There's nothing you can do. So what even is the point of trying? I'm even kind of getting a scenario in my mind. When I look at that Five of Wands, Five of Swords, it's like, let's say you're at the office and all of a sudden two other coworkers start getting into it with one another. And all I see is you just saying, oh, okay, I'm just going to leave the room. Like, you don't even want to hear the drama. You don't even want to, you just want to stay so far out of it, so far away from it, that you can't even tell people what happened when they ask you. You know, you're like, I don't know. I don't want to gossip. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want that vibration. I don't want that energy. Keep it out of my life, please. That may be a little frustrating for people dealing with you, though, because maybe they want you to be involved. Now, you will be involved with the important things, obviously, but these are not usually important things. These are things that when egos start flying around and people start, projecting their discomfort, they start blaming people or whatever. So it's not like that's the kind of stuff you won't be getting involved with. And then we have the Hanged Man again. This is a time for you to come into higher consciousness. As whenever the Hanged Man comes out, there's always growth in awareness. There's always expansion of the soul in this moment. But in so doing, there may be a sacrifice of some kind. Sacrifice of a path, sacrifice of a relationship, sacrifice of an option, or an opportunity. You may need to turn something away or turn someone away. For the sake of your internal sanctity, right? For the sake of your internal coherence, you may end up be saying no to a lot of things right now. And I see that with the Four of Cups especially. Even I don't know, I feel like this really disinterested vibe coming from Aquarius. It's going to be really hard for Aquarius to get mentally and emotionally engaged in irrelevant things. Like, place something important in front of an Aquarius if you want them to engage with you. Place something enticing or something that adds value, then they will be engaged. But you can't be putting these superficial, silly, petty things in front of them and expect to get any kind of a reaction whatsoever. Aquarius is not the one here who's going to jump in and try to fix everything. That's someone else, for sure, someone else. I think Aquarius just wants to let everything just be and let everyone else work it out for themselves. But while you're in that mode, it's like, well, then what are you focused on? And that's what I'm not really seeing here. And maybe that's one thing you're trying to figure out. Like, while you are avoiding all this stuff and you're saying no to a lot of things, what are you saying yes to? And I don't see it here. And maybe this is a month where you just feel a little bit like you're floating. Hanged Man, that would make sense. You're a little bit like you're floating, a little bit like you're trapped in space. Perhaps there has been a path that you've been on. Now, I don't know why all of a sudden this Seven of Coins has been speaking to me in this way, but that's what happens with the tarot, is all of a sudden they start revealing deeper layers. And I feel like whatever path you've been on has officially stopped producing fruit. It's like sitting and waiting for a tree to produce more fruit that refuses to do it. So, what are you waiting for? And maybe that's what you're contending with internally, and you're going to have to ask yourself, well, what am I waiting for? When it comes to my career, when it comes to a relationship or falling in love, or when it comes to, a new lifestyle, what am I really waiting for? And maybe that's what Sun through the 8th house is really going to shed light on, is, the place in your life where you've allowed it to stay consistent, you've allowed it to stay present, but it's coming to that point where you actually really want to burn the bridge. You almost want the bridge to be burned so you truly can never go back. To force yourself into this new path. But the question is, how do you do that? Because you may not be in a situation where you can just suddenly change everything, right? You can't just suddenly quit your job and go get a new job. You can't just suddenly end, a 10-year-long relationship, or you can't just suddenly do it. So there are logistics involved. And maybe that's where your energy is being spent, is trying to figure out the logistics of how you can burn a bridge and have stability and security on the other side. And I look at this Seven of Cups, and I don't know why. Again, this is speaking to me in a new way. I'm hearing the word mapping, like you're mapping something. And with a Page of Swords, this is an excellent energy for that. And that's probably why you just can't deal with this kind of nonsense, because you're just like, I'm busy trying to figure out my own life. I'm busy trying to figure out my future. And, with Pluto coming into your sign next year, it's going to be dipping into Aquarius, retrograding back into Capricorn, and then coming back into Aquarius in 2024. I think you're kind of feeling that preemptive shift energy as of like right now. And as Pluto prepares to go direct later on in this year, I think that kind of now or never, do or die type energy is coming on really, really strong for you. So you're starting to get things trickling in. Your soul is starting to guide you in a new direction that is ultimately going to be essential for your overall destiny, if you will, so that Pluto transit doesn't have to be so hard. See, these are the moments when people fight against their intuitive musings or their intuitive feelings. People that fight against their intuition in moments like this end up having a really hard run during some of the really hard transits. But if you pay attention and you allow yourself to flow, which I know I'm talking to a fixed sign, but you are air, so you have that going for you. If you allow yourself to flow or to float into new forms of existence, in new ways of doing things and entirely new experiences, sometimes those quote unquote difficult transits can actually be really empowering and really great, and can propel you and launch you into incredible new lifestyles. So the intuitive musings that you're getting now to stay out of this, to purify yourself of this kind of vibration, and to acknowledge the fact that some path has officially stopped producing fruit, right? You've officially stopped getting what you can out of a certain situation that you're in, and now it's time to change and alter that. Pay attention to it. You don't have to have all the answers right away. In fact, I highly suspect you will not come to solidified conclusions throughout September. But as long as you are open to receiving guidance, you will receive it. And a big part of burning a bridge is this Five of Cups, is really like letting stuff go and letting things just be in the past, and allowing yourself to actually like forget things. Like we always say, forgive and forget. But forgetting is always super hard, right? But then there are things like I'm reminded personally, like my very, very first boyfriend that I ever had. I was like 19 years old, right? He was like my first real grown-up boyfriend, right? And I forget about him all the time. He was such a jerk to me, but like I forget about him. Like I don't even, like he's not even a part of my consciousness for the most part, unless someone reminds me of, now I'm thinking about him. So it's like, well, you didn't really forget him, but you get what I'm saying. Like I'm not like spending my day thinking about it, right? Like it's so far in the past, and it is so much forgiven, and is so far like such a thing. It's just like, okay, well, you just don't think about it, you know? So I think there's a forgetfulness quality that's coming out. And with the Queen of Cups, I like this for you. I think this is an aspect of you. I think this is kind of like your Scorpio midheaven here. We do start the month out in September with the Scorpio moon. So I kind of am sensing like this, it's kind of like the energy of a tide coming in, like the oceanic tide, it just kind of pulls up. And, you have to pay attention to the tide because all of a sudden you could be like drowning underwater if you're not paying attention, right? So it's a powerful, unstoppable force that just swallows up anything in its path, right? And so there is something kind of pulling up in you, and it's swelling and it's growing and it's becoming more and more powerful, and the waves are becoming more and more powerful to the point where you're not going to be able to deny its existence. I mean, you already kind of are feeling that it exists, but it's really going to start getting loud here over the next couple of months, especially as Pluto starts going direct. When Pluto goes direct, I can't remember the date on that. Hold on one second, actually. I'm so bad with dates. It's terrible. October 8th. Yeah, October 8th. So it's like next month. So Pluto's going to be slowing down throughout September and then going direct in early October. And that one you Aquarius especially are going to feel, because you are now introducing, bringing in Pluto for the first time in like 250 years. So it's a big deal when Pluto changes signs. And you're going to be the host of that for 20 years. So the change is like super real for you. Super, super real. Saturn's going to be gone. Pluto's going to come in. And you're going to have an opportunity to rise to levels of power that you did not know you were capable of. And if you deny these intuitive notions, that can be really painful, or it could be the best thing that ever happened to you because you get to rise to power. That's what I always say with Pluto. It's an opportunity to rise to power within yourself. So with the Lovers, there is a big word, a big theme for the month that has emerged has been the word integration. We're starting to integrate aspects of ourselves or integrate new ideas, integrate new things into our consciousness. And I think that's what the Hanged Man is really all about, right? When you're starting to familiarize yourself with the ideas and the dreams of your next reality. So when I said all the way back last year in 2021, around this time, September and October of last year, starting to dream big, and I've been saying it all year long. I especially said it with all the Pisces energy that we had earlier this year. It was all about dreaming big. And this is why, because all this whole year, if you have allowed yourself to dream big and allowed yourself to indulge in musings of whatever it is you want. Let's say you want a love of your life. Let's say you want to have $1 billion. Let's say you want to have an incredibly successful company, whatever it is. If you allowed yourself to indulge in dreams of those things, you're going to be able, or you're going to start receiving opportunities to start making those things happen. Because you have familiarized yourself long enough with those energies that your resonance is now that of those things. So the things that were dreams now start to become real possibilities. That's why you got to stay out of this nonsense. And it is nonsense. Right? So you have to stay out of it, because you can't be muddying up this purified or this pristine frequency that you have been cultivating the past year. Okay? All right. So let's take a look at the clarifiers. Now, for those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We normally talk for another 25 to 30 minutes, so it's kind of like a whole second reading. And I know I launched my new website last month. I did have some technical difficulties. PayPal wasn't working. I should have PayPal working now. Hopefully, I'm recording this on August 28th, which is Sunday. So hopefully on Monday, my web guys will get the PayPal stuff going. And you can also subscribe on my new website as well. So if you want to just automatically receive access to the monthly comprehensive, you can certainly do that. So you don't have to go through the payment process every single time. I'll just send out an email that says, hey, it's up, and you can click the link and you can just easily have access. So all that information, though, can be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. You can also use the same old website as well if you prefer that. Yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Sorry, I know I'm rambling. I'm going to do like a big video once I know my website's working, like totally good, introducing the Soul Seekers group and everything. I just need to make sure all the kinks are worked out first before I do that. So, okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at this Page of Swords. Knight of Wands, Four of Coins reversed, and Eight of Cups reversed. Okay. Environment, the Sun, the World, Queen of Swords. Excellent. Okay. Now, let's take a look at the Five of Wands. What else does Aquarius need to know about the Five of Wands? The High Priest. Yeah, definitely staying out of that. And the Empress reversed. Beautiful. Eight of Wands. I love that. Seven of Coins. Knight of Swords. Oh, another Hanged Man. Jeez. So many Hanged Mans. And another Lovers. Love it. Nine of Coins. Page of Swords reversed and a Fool. Ace of Cups, the Magician, Hermit. Ooh, King of Wands. I like that. Oops, hold on. The card just fell on the floor. Hold on. Seven of Wands. Okay. Another Queen of Swords. Another Queen of Cups. We're actually getting kind of a lot of the Libra energy. These Queen of Swords is Libra. Justice is Libra. Empress is Venus, so like Taurus and Libra. Pulling in that Mercury retrograde energy. Beautiful. The High Priestess, the World, and last but not least, another Nine of Wands. Okay, so this is where we are going to pick up in the comprehensive. We're going to talk about all these. So again, all the info can be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. All right. Thank you all so much. Have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Pisces. Welcome to your September 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and delve right in. So the first card we get, which is the Queen of Coins, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. So Queen of Coins is really industrious, right? She has a great deal of faith that carries her forward. She understands how the process of growth works, right? She understands when she plants seeds and she provides the proper environment for growth, that growth will inevitably occur. She's willing to work hard, but she's also a very smart worker, all right? So when we are in Virgo season, there is a lot of analysis that goes on, especially because this is a sign, Virgo is your opposite. So that sun illuminates a great deal on yourself. So when it comes to your own ambitions, what is it that needs to evolve or change or be let go, whatever the case may be, so that you can reach optimal growth, so that you can dedicate yourself to a process that truly works and that is lucrative for you in the long run. And I do sense that Pisces is in quite the problem-solving mode right now. I think we all are to some degree with all the Mercury energy. But you especially, I've kind of had my eye on Pisces because this Mars transit is happening in your fourth house. And Mars and Gemini in the fourth house can really surface up a lot of stuff for the sake of healing and for the sake of severing ancestral karma, so long as you're mentally and emotionally prepared for that. We also have the Hanged Man over here in the environment position. Now, the Hanged Man is about coming into greater consciousness, and there is an element of sacrifice. And as we grow spiritually, sometimes our material world or our material circumstances need to reduce or I'm kind of feeling like something you have to give something up is what I'm hearing. You're going to have to give something up in order to make space for the bigger and better. That may be, at face value, that can be really hard. When you're just looking at it at the surface level and on a moment-to-moment basis, it can feel confusing. You can feel really out of control. You can feel like things are going against you, but it's actually quite the opposite. So it's important for you to know that things are working for you and for your benefit, even though you may not understand. Now, King of Swords in the reversal, right on top of the Lovers reverse. Now, because the sun is in the 7th house, and we also have a Mercury retrograde happening in Libra, which is your 8th house, and it will be going back and forth between 8th house and 7th house, there is a strong connection with relationships. It may be an existing relationship that you're currently in, or it may represent a single past relationship, or if you've had similar, like multiple similar types of relationships, it could represent those as a whole. And I feel as though there is a fall from grace, that maybe there were some, and I feel like Pisces went through this a while ago too. And it's just like this consistent coming into a greater or a more clear or a more truthful perspective that is more reflective of the actual reality of something. Neptune retrograde, also in your sign, offers or affords us that opportunity too, to take off our rose-colored glasses. Now, those rose-colored glasses can be really beneficial sometimes, right? They can be great for believing in ourselves and all that, but sometimes it does skew the way that we see things. And King of Swords reversed with the Lovers reversed, I do see a fall from grace, that someone that you held in high esteem or in high levels of respect, now suddenly you're seeing some sort of true color. And honestly, this Mars and Gemini absolutely going to expose people's true colors, 100%. Because Mars and Gemini has a tendency to play the darkness as well as the light, right? We often say Gemini is symbolized by the twins. So there's like those two faces, there's the polarities, the dualities. And Mars can bring out the best and worst. the best and worst both. It brings both out. So you're probably going to see the best and worst of somebody. Maybe someone that you thought was one thing entirely and is in completely a different thing, right? Like you may see someone as like, let's use this example. This is a common one. You look at a man and you say, oh, he's married and he has the family and he's the perfect, most loyal, amazing person. He's a good guy, right? Whenever men describe guys as like a good guy, I'm always like so skeptical. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. But yeah, he's like the good guy, you know? But then he's cheating on his wife on the side, like, and has been the whole time, right? And so when you find out something like that, your whole perspective shifts of that person, but it's a more real and a more accurate view. That's the example I'm going to put out there, okay? And I think operating from that level of reality is actually quite advantageous for Pisces right now. Because with Mars in the 4th, there's a lot of healing that has the potential to occur as long as you want it. Although a lot of people, a lot of Pisces, they won't go through it. And so they're just going to be projecting and avoiding and escaping, okay? So if you're cross-watching, that's probable that you're dealing with that with the Pisces, because I'm looking at this 10 of Swords and I'm seeing these swords falling out. I'm seeing things coming out of your back. I'm seeing you being freed up and becoming unpinned, right? You're no longer being pinned down by anything, and clearing up trauma, clearing up ancestral trauma, clearing up relationships with your parents from your childhood, offering forgiveness and compassion and all of these things. That's just the tip of the iceberg to when it comes to real healing. And Mars is going to bring out the real healing, the real coming into wholeness. And I actually think that there is a social element as well. So with the Hermit reversed, you're probably coming out of a hermit mode. And maybe Leo season kind of drew that out a little bit. Maybe even Cancer season. I don't know. But I do see with the Hermit reverse, you're coming out of a big process. Saturn through the 12th house, Saturn through Aquarius, right? Entered into Aquarius very, very late. I think it was December 21st, right? The winter solstice of 2020. Saturn and Jupiter came in, and we've had Saturn in there ever since. All through 21 and all through 22 up to this point. So with Saturn through the 12th, this is a very challenging transit, and it does indicate the end of the structure that you've held in your life for at least the past 28, 29 years. Okay? So as this process ends, as this known life comes to an end and comes to a close, and I think this King of Swords is a big player in that. Right? I don't think you're ever going to get fooled by a King of Swords reverse ever again. You know, I don't think that you'll have to go through that again. I don't think you'll have to experience the pain that brought, because you've kind of hanged man, you've risen in consciousness, you have ascended, and your external circumstances and your relationship with external people have brought that heightened awareness for you, okay? So as you come out of this hermit mode, you come out of this period of time of processing, and now you have some choices to make, Two of Swords. The question is what do you want, right? Queen of Coins. The plants grow where you water them. Which plants do you want to water? Which plants do you want to take care of? Which part of your garden needs your attention right now? Is it your financial life with Jupiter in the 2nd? Is it your home life with Mars in the 4th? Is it your relationships with Sun in the 7th? Is it all of them? Are you going to need to figure out how to incorporate all of them? Is it your career? Is it your spiritual life? Like, what is it? Where have you been needing growth? Where have you been needing nourishment? And you're going to have to say no to a lot of other things. You're going to have to turn things away. You're going to have to reject things. And you're going to have to allow things to get a little imbalanced. You know, and I said for August, my readings through August, allocation or reallocation, was a huge theme. To reallocate resources from one area and dedicate them to another. And now, like, it's really time. Like, if you haven't done that yet, now is the time to go in heavy, to go in strong into something, dedicate and commit yourself to something. Now, be careful with commitments a little bit. You can commit with yourself all you want, but there are going to be things in terms of dealings with other people where people may flake out with this Mars retrograde. Oftentimes when you go into something or you start projects or whatever with a Mars retrograde in process, things tend to fall apart quickly. All right. So that's not a guarantee. And I'm not saying that holds true for everything or everybody, but it is kind of the general essence. But with yourself and with your own ambitions and with your own goals, I think there is this tide coming in for Pisces. This big magnetic pull towards something that is going to be relevant and assist them in rising to power, assist them in rising to the height of whatever, their industry, to having the best relationship, to the height of their career, the height of their financial life. You can name the list, you can fill in the blank. But you have to say no to stuff. You have to turn things away. You have to allow things to be in balance. And you have to deal with the fact that not everyone is going to like it. For some reason, I feel like this King of Swords is a major player in that. Like when someone falls from grace, or when you see someone a little bit more for who they are, and it's not always the best picture. It's a more whole picture, but it's not the best. I think it's really motivating. Because it humanizes them. It humanizes them and it brings them into, like, you can say, well, maybe I'm a more moral person, or I'm a better person, or I'm a kinder person, or whatever, and I work hard and I do deserve. And so it kind of motivates you to go win with something. And you do deserve to win. You deserve to succeed. You deserve the reward. But not everyone is going to like it when you start, swimming in new directions. Not everyone is going to like it when you say no to them or say, hey, no, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not going out like that anymore. I'm not, when you start cutting things off. The thing with Virgo season is, it's really common that we get fed up with a certain aspect of ourself. Virgo is about self-mastery, and in that process of self-mastery, we must admit to ourselves where something is or is not working, where we are good or not so good at something. And we have to be that brutally honest because it's truthful so that we can grow and strengthen. I'm looking at this devil because I don't see the harshness that the devil often brings. I see it more being Saturn related, which is about the harvest. And with the Queen of Coins, that's a Capricorn card. She's also ruled by Saturn. So it is about plucking the fruit from the tree. It's about the reward. I think this devil is a really good omen, as strange as that may sound. That's not how I always interpret the devil, but I think it is a good omen. Because your commitment to your ambitions, your commitment to the lifestyle that you want to have is now strong enough. Your conviction is strong enough that you are actually going to go through with it. You're actually going to do the things. The past couple years, it was about undoing a life, right? Saturn through the 12th. You had to undo your life. You had to lose things. You had to let things go. You had to learn how to reset and push that reboot button. And now you're kind of coming to the other end of that. Now Saturn is going to be going direct on October 23rd. So next month we'll talk about it a little bit more. But in October, Saturn is going to start going direct, and he's going to be making his way into Pisces. So that's going to be an opportunity for you to reestablish new, long-lasting structures in your life. Now, Saturn is not easy, okay? But he gets you to work, and because he gets you to work, he kind of, in a way, promises the reward with that, because you are working hard and you are dedicating and you are watering your garden and you are a good person and all these things that you are, right? There's reward for that. I always say with Saturn, he delays but never denies. Okay? For some reason, this seems so motivating. It's like, because this happened, because this happens, if it hasn't happened yet, it will happen. Because of this, it's almost as though you stop caring, because maybe the way you thought they saw you mattered. You know? You thought the way they saw you was important and it shaped your identity to some degree. And now you don't care what they think. Now you don't even think about them. And so you are now free to really be and do whatever you feel you need to be and do. And with that sense of freedom, that is when real change can truly occur. Okay, let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers for the comprehensive. Now, for those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. And the link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We normally talk for about 25 to 30 minutes additional about these cards. So it's kind of like a whole second reading. We get more detailed and whatnot. Now, I have a new website. I had some technical issues. They're still getting worked out, but I still have all the links there with the new website. So if you do want to sign up for a subscription to automatically get the monthly comprehensive, you can absolutely do that. Or you can sign up to receive all 12 every single month, or you can join my Soul Seekers group where we're doing more exclusive content. I'm introducing a new educational series in September to help guide people through their astrology charts, to help them learn more and more about the archetypes that are at play in their lives. So again, all that information we found in the description box down below. For those of you wondering about PayPal as well, that should be integrated hopefully by the time I launch this video. So, okay, enough about that. I'm going to do a bigger announcement. Sorry, I just had to let everybody know what was going on. I'll be doing a bigger announcement probably late September, early October about the Soul Seekers group, and let everyone know exactly what that is. So, okay, let's go ahead and delve right in here with the clarifiers for the Queen of Coins. So let's see what comes through here. Okay, we got the moon. I just happened to see that. Got the moon. Beautiful. I definitely feel deep yearnings coming up, surfacing with Mars through the 4th. Deep yearnings which are driving your decisions right now, which are guiding you in beautiful ways. Okay, now we have the Hanged Man. These are external influences. Knight of Swords, 4 of Coins reversed. And 3 of Cups reversed. Okay. Let's take a look here at the King of Swords in the reverse. Queen of Wands. Another Hanged Man, this time reverse. And Justice. The Star. Beautiful. I love that that Knight of Cups comes out because that's the Pisces card, and with the Star, that's such a beautiful combination. And then we have the Page of Swords. I just see Pisces making such good decisions right now, at least the conscious and aware Pisces. Just making such good decisions. dedicating less to a cause and more to yourself. Another hermit. A lot of hermits coming out this month. A lot of hermit cards. This is Virgo season. I guess that makes sense. Queen of Cups. Two of Swords again. A lot of clarity regarding this King of Swords. Whoever that is. A lot of clarity around them. Okay, another Queen of Coins, finishing this off with the Five of Wands. I have to laugh at that Page of Cups because that wave that is in that image, she's just like, it's just something is about to like come crashing down on somebody and they just are not expecting it. Another lover. A lot of lovers this month as well. It must be that Mars and Gemini. Hold on. I can't take all these cards. I'm not going to take them, but I will take the Magician. Okay. So these are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive. Again, all the info, I didn't mean to make it complicated, but all the info will be found in the description box and comment thread down below. All right? Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Aries. Welcome to your September 2022 tarot card and astrology reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and delve into this. Starting with the King of Coins, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. So when I look at the King of Coins, okay, this is actually a card of Taurus, and it represents stability, perseverance, hardworking, and high quality skill, and a substantial amount of self-worth. And this is what the universe needs from you. It needs you to show up in this way. And maybe some of you are not necessarily feeling that perfectly or entirely. Perhaps some of you with the Ten of Swords, I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but perhaps some of you with the Ten of Swords lately had some struggles with that, or you had some events happen or occur that may have made you second guess yourself or second guess your abilities. But I will tell you that if you start showing up in this way, and I want you to really think about what is a King of Coins. I mean, you can just look at him, look at his energy, and just really think about who is this person and what is his energy. Like when he walks into the office in the morning, what type of tone does he bring? You know, is he scheduled and structured? Probably. But is he also smart with how he works? Definitely yes. Does he earn people's trust? Yes. Is he dependable? Yes. All of the above. Okay, so think about that. And chances are there might be something in your life or in your habits, because with Virgo in the 6th house, or the sun in Virgo in your 6th house, there is an aspect of changing your daily habits, changing the way you go about living your life in small and mundane types of ways, but with big impact. Now with the Wheel of Fortune in the environment position, that suggests that the universe is going to start opening things up for you as you build momentum. Now, the Wheel of Fortune is 100% within your control. And some of you are not necessarily going to really hold on to this. They're not going to really capitalize on this opportunity. because it requires you to go about doing something in a different way. So the real question is where are the Aries that are capable of change, and where are the Aries that are not capable of change? Aries that are not capable of change will not notice any difference in their life whatsoever. Aries that are going to start seeing lucrative results, profitable results. You're going to start making more money, attracting more people, higher quality people. You're going to start associating with better people. And you're going to start noticing higher quality connections in general. Now, the Wheel of Fortune is not fast. It's not really slow either, but it's not fast. But it requires you to, it's kind of like you go a little bit and then you stop. And in that stopping moment, you have realizations. And when you have those realizations, your consciousness expands. And because your consciousness expands, so does the external world in order to match the inner world. So you kind of like go and then stop, and then go and then stop, and go and stop, go and stop. And as that's happening, your consciousness gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and therefore opportunities, contacts, all these types of things, there can be more and more and more of them. And not just more, because we don't always just want more, but we want more of the high quality things. It's like a business owner who wants clients. Well, you don't want just any clients. You want top-notch clients who are willing to pay you and not argue about your rate, right? You want the best of the best because you feel and you know that you are in that upper echelon. So things are changing. The wind is changing. Things are absolutely evolving for Aries. And like I said, perhaps maybe there have been some things. Now, with Jupiter, did I say this already? I feel like I'm repeating myself. But with Jupiter in your sign is fantastic. Okay, it's a great placement for Jupiter and all that. But the thing about Jupiter is he can be kind of neutral in that whatever he comes in contact with, he just expands or amplifies. He makes bigger. We can use the word magnifies, actually. So depending on what you have in aspect with Jupiter or in aspect with Aries in general, so if you have anything in Capricorn, Cancer, or Libra specifically, Saturn or a Pluto or even a Mars or Aries also, sometimes that Jupiter comes in and amplifies some of the not so great aspects of life, which creates contrast. And I think you've experienced some contrast lately with that Ten of Swords. And it's a place that I know you don't want to be anymore. And I think with Mars coming through your third house now, there is this element of like transition and alteration and making big moves and making big strides. Now, when you look out there, I don't think this Knight of Swords is necessarily your energy right now or moving forward, although you may have encapsulated a little bit of this. But I feel like this is someone who talks a really big game. They say a lot, they promise a lot, but they don't really know how to back it up with true skill and talent. They don't know how to back it up with hard work. They don't know how to back it up with high quality service. This is just lip service. With Mars and Gemini, we're definitely going to see a lot of lip service out there over the next 7 months. And it's kind of a thing that not a lot of people are going to have a lot of patience for, but it's to your advantage. Because if you see a lot of people around you just doling out lip service, that is what can, separate you or stand you apart from everybody else. It says Aries is in the room. Look out. I not only walk the walk, not only do I talk the talk, but I walk the walk too. So it may have required a period of coming into that sense of self-worth, though. If you allow yourself to shrink This Wheel of Fortune is just not, you're not going to really experience anything. And I think there are going to be some Aries that do shrink, and they do sort of succumb to certain situations or succumb to their Ten of Swords. They cower, and then they scramble. That's what this energy is with Mars and Gemini. They're scrambling. And with the Strength card coming out right next to it with the Ten of Cups in the reverse, I'm kind of sensing the word that I'm hearing is the method. So the method that you would normally use to get yourself out of a Ten of Swords situation, it's not going to really work this time. You have to go about it in the King of Coins way, which is with perseverance and hard work. Hopefully that hard work can be inspired, because obviously when we are inspired, it doesn't feel heavy or like drudgery. And hopefully we can align with something that matters to us, that we care about. We can align with something that is that allows us to flow a little bit better. But if not, then we got to kind of put the pedal to the metal with something, you know? I feel I'm getting like this really weird feeling. I'm sorry if I'm hesitating and talking weird. It's just, there's kind of like this, I don't know whether it's a disconnect or if it's a push-pull. Like, I don't even know how to describe what I'm feeling right now. So just so you guys know, I'm kind of, I guess I identify as like a clairsentient, you know, all the clairs, like clairvoyance, clairaudience, all that. Clairsentience means like you feel, right? You feel the feelings, and that's how you can like telepathically connect with things. And I'm just feeling this weird feeling. And it's just like, you know what you need to do, but I also am feeling like you think there's a better way, and the universe is like, no, there is no better way. You have to do it the King of Coins way. For now, anyway. You have to do it the King of Coins way. You have to do it the Empress way. This is asking you to tap into an aspect of your personality that might not be the most comfortable all the time. It may not always feel productive. It may not be as fast as you would like. It may not be as fun or exhilarating as you like. Like, it's Virgo season, guys. Nothing is exciting right now. I'm sorry, I hate to break it to you, but Virgo season is not the thrill ride of like Gemini or Leo or Sag or Aries or Aquarius. It's just simply not. Okay, it's time to get into the nitty-gritty of things and get to the details and actually do the things. So it's not about over-glamorizing things so much as it is saying, this is what I want, and I'm going to go after it, and that's it. But to not put that thing on a pedestal. And I look at this Nine of Wands, and I just see, like, it's time for Aries to stop fighting. Time for Aries to stop pushing back against the King of Coins way. Because by pushing against the King of Coins way or methods, by devaluing the King of Coins methods, you are in turn devaluing your own worth. But the Empress definitely doesn't want that either. And I think this Empress, the King of Coins, these two cards, also this is the Aries card as well, but this is where the focus needs to be. Now, the good thing about the Queen of Wands is she's here to say, like, you don't have to lose yourself in this. You know, you can still have that spark and you can still have that passion, but I just feel like Aries' attitude is completely turning upside down on something. Like the whole shift. Maybe this is a Mercury retrograde thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a Jupiter retrograde thing. or maybe it's a Mars in the third, or all of the above, right? But your whole perspective on something is just getting turned up on its head. But that's a good thing, because it allows for the Wheel of Fortune to actually reveal the path for you. Because I feel like you've been trying to tell the universe what the path is. And the universe is like, all right, well, if that's what you want, if that's what you want the path to be, then that is what shall be. So you manifested it, you created it, and now 10 of Swords. So the universe is like, okay, well, are you going to listen to me now? Are you going to care about what I have to say? Are you going to care about what I think is good for you? And I think now you're going to say, yes, I do care about what the universe has in store, or the divine plan, or my higher self. I am going to listen to that. I am going to stop pushing against this method, this way, because she's highly receptive. Even the King of Coins is highly receptive as well. Now, when I say receptive, it does not mean sitting and laying and watching Netflix all day waiting for this stroke of genius that's going to make you a billionaire overnight. Obviously not. I know that's Queen of Wands. She would love that, right? I think, well, I should agree. We all would love that, right? But like, oh, we have a genius idea. We sell it to someone and then boom, we're a millionaire in like 6 months, right? That would be amazing. Or a billionaire. But I think this slow and steady wins the race is how you're going to win right now. When everyone else is bouncing off the walls with Mars and Gemini, if you can come in all sturdy and potent and confident, that is how you win. And with the Magician, he is here to, it's not that you're going to completely lose your manifestation power, but if you tap into this method and you utilize the power of the Magician and your beautiful Aryan quality of initiation, I honestly see Aries becoming unfreaking stoppable, and just like a force to be reckoned with, someone that comes up out of the woodwork that no one is expecting. I don't normally say that about Aries. That's usually something I say about like Pisces and Libra and Cancer. They're kind of like our dark horses of the Zodiac. But for now, you're the dark horse right now. Aries is the dark horse. Aries is the one that has to really capture that Jupiterian essence. The bigness, and the bigness goes both ways. It goes big in terms of giving, and it goes big in terms of receiving. So maybe the question is, now I'm not really seeing a lot of cards of reciprocity, but I'm starting to feel like the big question is what are you giving? And do you feel that what you are giving is truly enough? Now, when I say giving, I don't mean, oh, I gave so much to my toxic ex. Not what I mean. Are you teaching people things? Are you advising people? Are you counseling? Are you guiding? Are you offering up miracles? One of the most profound pieces of advice that I ever received a long time ago, and it's really common, so I'm sure you've heard it before, is like whatever that area is that you're really struggling in, let's say financial, because we got North Node in Taurus in the second house, so let's say financial. Like if you've been struggling financially, to give money. And it sounds so counterintuitive, and I'm not telling you to go broke doing that. But even if it's just like $1 here and there, or some little petition shows up on your social media, sign it and donate, or you see the little ASPCA or Humane Society things pop up, donate $5, just like give up a little bit. Give a little bit. Be of value. And that's just money, but it could go in any aspect. So, say you have a friend who's having an emotional crisis. Be there. We all know Aries is like one of the best friends of the Zodiac, so I'm not saying that that's probably not an issue, but, be there in the way that you wish that someone could be there for you. Ask the universe, how can I be a miracle to somebody else? a friend of mine here in Mississippi, she works for this foundation, and with the last hurricane, not this year, but I think it was last year, they basically didn't have any money and they weren't really able to contribute a great deal of aid. But, just simply by giving what they had, all of a sudden they received this huge donation of generators for their foundation. And all of these generators were then distributed to people who, didn't have power and couldn't refrigerate their food and, that kind of thing. And like, what a miracle. But you give what you can so that you can receive tenfold. And I do see you receiving a lot, Aries, like a lot. Sometimes it's easy to get trapped in our own world, right? Eight of Swords, 10 of Swords, Knight of Swords. We get so trapped in our head and so trapped in our perceived reality and trapped that this is what it is. And, we don't seem to realize how capable we are of making those changes just by simple behavioral alterations. Now, with the Seven of Cups, sometimes I can see this as a card of confusion, but I don't see that as confusion today. I see that as having more options than you could ever dream of, right? So maybe it's job offers. Maybe it is, take your pick of the perfect client, or take your pick of the perfect romantic partner, or whatever. Take your pick of all these wonderful things. And that's kind of where this King of Coins is trying to lead you. It's trying to lead you to a place where you have the power to take your pick. And that's a pretty profound place to be. And that is the magician, right, who is the creator of that. Yes, it is within your control to create that. But it is not created just simply by lighting some candles and writing in your journal. Now, there's a time and place for that, and I talked about that ad nauseum earlier in the year throughout all the Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries transits that we had going on. But now we're coming to a time astrologically where it requires action now. This is the backup this is how we back up our own manifestations. And we back up what we say we want, right? So we stand firm, King of Coins, the Empress, we stand strong. We do not waver in what it is we say we want. And we show up and we act as if this is already happening for us. And this Wheel of Fortune says, all right, let me see what I can do about that. And it just gets you bigger and bigger and bigger and more and more and more. And, increase and whatever. Again, it's slow, incremental, but it is increased nonetheless. Okay. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and delve right in here. So we're going to start pulling out the clarifiers for the comprehensive. Now, for those of you who are new, the clarifiers are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about all these cards. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. I also have launched a new website last month. I had a few technical difficulties. I hope that they're all worked out by now. I do have PayPal up there finally as of Monday, August 29th. So hopefully the PayPal is working normally. It was struggling earlier. It was struggling last month. So hopefully it's all working now. Or you can always purchase via the old website as well. And if you want to subscribe and just automatically get access, you can do that as well. Some people just prefer that so they don't have to think about it all the time. And you can also join my Soul Seekers group where you get access to all 12 comprehensives plus a ton of other exclusive content. In September, we're going to be introducing a new educational series for people to learn a little bit more about their astrology and their astrology chart, how to interpret it, how to read it, and whatnot. So we're going to be going in depth with all of that. So all that info can be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. I'll probably do a bigger announcement at some point. I'm just trying to still get all the kinks worked out on the site. Okay, enough of that. Let's take a look here at the King of Coins. So clarifiers for the King of Coins. So we have the 10 of Coins, beautiful. 4 of Wands, even more beautiful. and a 9 of Swords. Well, I'm not surprised given the 10 of Swords also showing up. So for the Wheel of Fortune, which is in the environment, I feel like that one wanted to come through. 10 of Wands reversed. Judgment. And, 8 of Swords. Okay. These are not necessarily your energies, but energies of other people and things that you may be dealing with or encountering. So now for the 10 of Swords, what else does Aries need to know about the 10 of Swords? Temperance, beautiful. Karma. High Priestess, beautiful. Six of Cups, King of Cups reversed, 4 of Wands. Page of Wands, beautiful. I love all this coin energy during Virgo season. It just has the potential to be so productive and to really just overcome a lot of the things that's swirling around in our heads. Nope, got 2. Great. Strength, beautiful. And 2 of Coins. Four of Swords. The Moon and the 6 of Coins reversed. Well, there is the lack of reciprocity or the lack of give and take coming through right there that I mentioned. Confirms my intuitive feelings that I was getting, which is good. Justice, 8 of Cups, and Knight of Wands reversed. We have 8 of Wands, 2 of Swords. I love an 8 of Wands for Aries. May happen faster than you think, faster than you realize. Queen of Wands. We have another 10 of Cups reversed. I feel like the emotional component, like this is not a month to be emotional, or to lead with emotions. This is a month to take charge in some way. Beautiful. Another Queen of Wands. Ooh, 9 of Coins. So we have a 10 of Coins. We have a 9 of Coins. Oh, okay. We didn't mean to get 3, but we got 3. King of Wands, Page of Cups, and the Star. Excellent. Okay. So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So again, all that info found in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you all so much for everything. You know, I love you. Have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to your September 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So we start off with the King of Cups, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. Now, King of Cups is a Scorpio card, and it's ruled by Mars, right? And Pluto as well, but we're going to use the traditional rulerships here. So Mars, right now Mars is traversing your second house in Gemini. So there's a lot of, first of all, there's a lot of financial themes coming out. There's also a lot of communication with Mars and Gemini, just generally speaking. Being Virgo season as well, there's a lot of, fifth house activation, so creation and self-expression and all that. But I think where he's really shining here is in the emotional intelligence realm. Okay, so as you are doing what you do and going about achieving that which you seek to attain, there's something about the way you relate to people that's going to be a prominent focus for the month. Because we have the nodes, right? North node in Taurus, South node in Scorpio, first house, seventh house. Because we have seventh house stuff. I mean, we don't have a lot. It's just the South node, right? As of September 1st, the moon's in there. But other than that, the moon's going to leave in the next day or so. So other than that, not really a lot going on. But I think there's a lot to learn this month about how you relate. how you relate, how you empathize, how you are compassionate. Now, remember, empathy and compassion, please do not misconstrue that with like self-sacrifice. It doesn't require you to let down your boundaries and give all of yourself. It's not like that. It's actually quite firm and maybe a little bit of tough love, if I'm being totally honest. But tough love and honesty for the sake of the benefit for everyone involved. Being honest because you love. And I think people are going to be really transparent for you right now. You know, you're going to be able to really see through their projections, to see through their masks, to see through their inauthentic identities that they have concocted, right? And it's just, I don't know that people can be anything but super real with Taurus right now. And in fact, Taurus might get annoyed if you approach them and you're not super real or authentic. If you're not coming from a soul-driven place, Taurus may get agitated and call you out on it. Now, over here in the environment, we have the Wheel of Fortune, which signifies that Taurus is going to be going through a period of expansion and growth, and that there is more money and more opportunities, and there are more people. And, you know, this is just kind of like a breadcrumb energy. It kind of takes you from one point of consciousness and takes you through an experience and takes you to another point of consciousness, which is a little bit greater. And then you go through more experiences and then an even greater. So it's like this constant gradual expansion of consciousness. And as you are expanding consciously, your external world must expand as well. And because you are exhibiting emotional intelligence right now, it's highly probable that you will align with some pretty incredible people and pretty incredible opportunities. All right. But I don't necessarily see you, right, full reverse. I don't see you jumping off the cliff here. I almost am feeling as though, I'm hesitant to say this because I think it sounds bad, but I kind of feel like the world has a lot to prove to you right now. Like if anyone is going to bring you anything, Six of Cups, any type of a gift, any type of, trying to reach out, trying to connect. And it's not that you're being mean, because I don't think you're being mean at all. And you're not even really being standoffish. I think you're being your beautiful Taurus self. But there's still this like, you've got to come at me with real stuff. And I think people can sense that. They can feel it. And they know that if they come to Taurus with a bunch of BS, it's going to be problematic for them. I feel that this Scorpio card, see, the thing about Scorpio, and again, I know you're Taurus. I know I'm reading for Taurus, but this is a Scorpio card. So the thing about the Scorpio energy is that one of the reasons why it's one of the most hated, right? In like trendy TikTok and Instagram astrology, it's always like Gemini and Scorpio. They're always the worst ones, right? But I think one of the reasons why people dislike Scorpio so much is because Scorpio is so good at bringing out the darkness in other people. And I kind of feel like you're bringing that up, like by being so authentic, by being so real, you are mirroring back to them the ugly stuff that has forced them to project in this way and force them to put on these masks in order to hide. And so the fact that they're hiding is being accentuated, and it's making them feel vulnerable and exposed. Now, I know this is also serious, and I'm not saying this is going to happen with absolutely everybody, because chances are you've surrounded yourself with some pretty great people. But for the people who are not self-aware, they are going to feel this. And it's just in your presence. That's all. I don't even know that there are words exchanged. I mean, maybe if there are, I'd say, look out, watch out for Taurus. Watch out. They've got a lot to say. They're going to be vocalizing a lot with that Mars in the second house. I know that third house is often associated with communication, but second house has a lot to do with the voice and language. Okay, so Five of Cups tells me that you are, I don't know, like water under the bridge, letting things go. I don't know that you're necessarily holding anybody accountable for things, meaning it's not like you're saying, well, you better do this and well, you better do that. It's like, well, if you want to, you should. I mean, you can, but like it doesn't affect me if you do or don't. You do you, kind of thing. And Taurus seems to be kind of getting lone wolf qualities a little bit, doing the lone wolf thing. Kind of going off independently, working hard, keeping your nose in the grind, accomplishing, achieving, making money, making your moves, doing the big things, and just like really showcasing what a powerhouse you truly are. And I don't even care. This doesn't even have to do with, it doesn't have to be like business-wise. It could be really anything with your creations, with your movement practices. Like, I don't really care, but you're making big moves here. And with the Nine of Swords in the reversal, I'm feeling like other people, like there's so much about other people right now. And I can't even quite put my finger on why. But it's like you're realizing how the same you are, because probably in your younger years, there was a time when you also had your own masks and you were also projecting and you were also in pain and you were also healing from trauma, and the list goes on and on and on. You were also that person, which is why you're able to cut through it so quickly. This is what you're pulling out of others, and you know how to do that because you've lived it. You know how to cut to the bone because you've been cut to the bone. And you know how to cut through the fog because you had to in order to survive. Right? And so I feel like there is this empowerment from that is sort of like your past pain is morphing into this empowerment. And you're starting to look at other people and you look at people who are maybe in the same situation that you were in, and you start to realize like you can't really help them in the way that no one could help you. You had to crawl up out of that hole all by yourself, because that's what this spiritual and human experience really is. Like, we can be together and we can support one another and we can talk and work things out and brainstorm and strategize, and we can do all that. But at the end of the day, you're the one that has to do it. So maybe you are calling people out and saying like, that's on you, or prove it. Like I said, I feel like the world has something to prove to you. Prove to me that you're serious about it. Prove to me that you can. Prove to me that you want it. Then maybe I'll sit down and listen. Two of Cups. Then maybe we can have a conversation. I don't know that anybody is going to be able to sneak anything past Taurus. I just don't think that's possible right now. And you can offer compassion and love and all that, but but I do see with this Wheel of Fortune that you are expanding in your own ways, and you're coming into higher realms within this life, within this world. And that these higher realms are going to be not lacking contrast, because they definitely will have contrast, but it'll be a place where you deal with that contrast in a much better way. You're not going to be in the Nine of Swords because you've learned how to not worry about stuff. You've learned how to not control stuff. You've learned how to surrender and flow a little bit more. And that's something for a fixed sign. Not just Taurus, all fixed signs. They all have to contend with that at some point in their lives. That control factor of, because that's what fixed signs represent. They represent the persevering nature of the season. So you are evolving, and with this there's that filter. Like, very few people are going to make it past this gateway here. Very, very few. Very few opportunities, very few experiences. Taurus being extraordinarily selective. But by being selective of how you spend your time, how you communicate with people, what you spend your time and energy and attention on, what investments you make, you're going to live much more peacefully because of that. And it's like your very presence is pushing away all of these people. Again, not saying you won't be offering support, and that you can do that, but you're not making their mess your mess. I just feel that this Nine of Wands, this boundary is hard and fast. You're making moves, and other people, they can't keep up. And you will have the unfortunate experience, I think, of watching people flail a little bit. That's not easy. I think the nature of an earth sign is to rush in and help. I say earth and water are really good at that, to rush in and be of assistance, to rush in and try to fix. But you've learned and you know better, so now you stay out to the degree where it's necessary, right? And you cultivate this incredibly Zen-like existence. And with that Zen-like existence, we have this beautiful, again, Wheel of Fortune opening up bigger and bigger and bigger for you. You may notice substantial advancements in your career or within a relationship, or making strides with, reconnecting with your parents or something, or with your health, whatever it may be, making strides because you have specifically chosen to uncomplicate your life. And then we have this Queen of Coins with the King of Swords. Now, I'm kind of feeling, even though this is an earthy, since the king is over here, I'm sensing this King of Swords is more you. This is what I mean, like, it's strong and it projects an air of strength. Not everyone can approach a King of Swords and a King of Cups. Because when we're talking about cutting through stuff, this dude's got a knife. And he has the power of sensing things. So you have the psychological power and the emotional power. People can feel it. Now, this Queen of Coins, I think, is a lovely, lovely addition to the story because she represents tranquility and a safe haven. And I suspect that there is at least one person in your life with whom you feel that way, but it may be more. It may be a group of friends. It may be a family. It may be, an awesome work environment, people that they understand where you're going. They understand where you're coming from. They respect you. And I actually feel that there is mutual respect here. And with this Queen of Coins, she seems to be minding her own business, but she's also right next to you at the same time. It's like this independent togetherness going on, right? She's got her world, you've got your world, and together you go forward. You run parallel. Not on the same track though, but running parallel with one another. The Queen of Coins, I think, I always say she's my gardener of the tarot, right? So she understands that process of planting seeds and providing that proper environment. She also understands that things take time. Maybe actually that's an interesting thing. I'm wondering if these other people or person that you're dealing with, they don't understand that things take time. And maybe that's one of the things that really irritates you about this situation. It's like, don't you know that you have to nurture this? Don't you know you have to work for it? Don't you know you have to put time in? You know, don't you know you're not going to see results in just a couple of months? Don't you know? But of course, you are compassionate because you used to think the same thing. And actually, I believe that this month will accentuate the fundamental change that you have actually gone through. Sometimes it's hard to tell how much you've changed until you see people reflect back to you who you used to be. And the external world is a fantastic mirror, but it doesn't always mirror back exactly what we are. You know, it can mirror back what we want to be. It can mirror back who we were. It can mirror what we definitely don't want. You know, there's a lot of things that the external world shows us about ourselves. Shows us what we value, what we don't. And I think there's a feeling of relief. A feeling of relief regarding your progress. I think it will reaffirm to you that you absolutely are on that right track. That you are making good decisions, that you are going to have a lucrative or profitable result for what you're doing, right? For yourself. With the Mars in the second house, there's a lot of self-sufficiency, right? So I as much as there are relationships coming out, I still think you're doing a lot on your own right now. Sun through the 5th house, Mars through the 2nd house. And even when the sun comes into Libra, activating the 6th house, I think there's even a lot of self-sufficiency that comes through there. So, you know, I don't know that Taurus is necessarily wanting to depend on other people right now. It's like they know that they can do it. And I just don't know that that's the thing you're supposed to be learning right now. That's not the lesson. The lesson is more about yourself. And then with this Ace of Cups in the reversal, I'm kind of getting I don't know that this is like a delay. Sometimes with aces coming out reversed, I often feel, oh, there's a delay with that. I don't think that that's the case. I just, generally speaking, am getting a really unemotional month. This is not a time to get emotionally involved with things. You can utilize your emotions as a tool to help you suss out what's going on with someone else, but it's not a time to be overwhelmed by emotion. Mars in Gemini, Sun in Virgo, with a Mercury retrograde kind of coming up here on the 9th. You know, there's a lot of cerebral, mental energy at play. And I feel that that's actually where we are much stronger. Now, with the only exception to that is the full moon in Pisces, which is happening on the 10th, day after the Mercury retrograde begins. And that is going to be conjunct Neptune. So that full moon will be emotional, but I think it's going to be a purge more than anything. A purge and a release and a freedom. But it only lasts a couple days. And then a couple days after, the 11th, 12th, 13th of September, then you're going to have to like pick yourself up and just keep going. Some people won't deal with that very well. They'll get all in their, I don't know, their stress and anxiety, and they'll really let that overcome them. But right now with these kings, I don't see you being overcome or overwhelmed by emotion or overwhelmed by anything other than your ambition. Okay? All right, so let's go ahead here and pull out the clarifiers. I'm about to say a mouthful, so just bear with me. So for those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. Hold on one second. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about all these cards, and the links for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. Now, last month I launched my new website and I did have some technical issues. I was working with someone to get them all worked out, so hopefully everything's working fine. So if you do want to subscribe, you can automatically get access to your monthly comprehensive every single month. I'll just deliver it to your inbox pretty much. And you can get one sign or all 12 signs. And if you're a member of the Soul Seekers group, you'll automatically get all 12 plus like a ton of extra content. I'm going to be starting an educational series in September for my Soul Seekers, which will be a pretty long series, but where we'll go through the astrology and helping people identify the archetypes that are at play in their own lives and how to utilize those to their advantage. Plus a lot of other things as well. Okay, so feel free to take a look at the links down below and would love to have you be a part of it. Okay, so now let's take a look at these clarifiers. So we're going to start with the King of Cups. So what else does Taurus need to know about this King of Cups here? Oh, another King of Cups. Well, there you go. Oh, a Lovers. And we have, oh, my cat's talking to me, and we have the Chariot. So now we have the Wheel of Fortune over here in the environment. What else does Taurus need to know about their environment? Page of Cups reversed. Ace of Wands reversed, and the Two of Cups. Beautiful, okay. Now we have the Fool. Oh, another Fool. Excellent. Two of Coins. And a Magician reversed. Okay. Temperance. Three of Cups reversed. I'm not getting like the best feeling from this top row. Like, it's just making me very uncomfortable. I don't know, like, for those of you who don't know, you know all the clairs, like clairaudience, clairsentience, clairvoyance. I'm trying to think of the others. I can't think of the others. Claircognizance, all that. I tend to lean a little bit more toward the clairsentient, which means I tend to feel things when I do these readings. And like the feeling that I'm getting with this top row is just kind of a yucky feeling. The Star reverse, the Nine of Swords, the Page of Cups. Like I'm just getting nervous and anxious and like a little confrontational feeling. People coming at you or trying to get something from you. And I'm not saying that's everybody. It may just be like a single person that you're having to contend with a little bit. Or that even when you think about them, it kind of puts you in that kind of tension place. I don't know, but we'll talk more about it with these comprehensive clarifiers. All right, so Nine of Wands. We have Seven of Wands, Lovers reversed, Page of Coins, Hanged Man. I really do like that. Queen of Coins, Four of Wands, Seven of Cups, Two of Wands, Ten of Coins. Excellent. We love a Ten of Coins for a Taurus. A lot of results, a lot of rewards. And we have the Ace of Cups, Six of Wands, beautiful. Queen of Swords reversed. And Three of Coins. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up. So again, I know I just did this whole spiel, but all the info down in the description box and the comment thread down below. And if not, I wish you an amazing September. You guys know I love and adore you. Have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your September 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the Knight of Swords, which is, of course, the Gemini card. So we love this for you. This signifies what the universe needs from you. So with Mars in your sign, it's going to be hard to be anything other than what you are. I think Mars really brings out a realness and authenticity, directness. There's not a lot of masks or hiding with Mars energy. It's very difficult to do that, in fact, which is good because then you're kind of progressing forward in a truly authentic and pure and more soul-driven kind of way. Like basically there's no BS is what I'm saying, right? There's no BS. There's no passiveness. There's no hesitation. It's just go. And the Knight of Swords, I always feel is a hyper-focused energy. So there's probably only going to be a few things throughout September that are going to really capture your attention. Only a few things that are really going to capture your interest and things that you deem worthy of your energy. And everything else is just kind of like, you know what? I don't have time for that. I'm not interested. I can't hold my focus, I got to go do this other thing. Now, when I published my readings for the August readings last month, one of the big messages that came through was one of reallocation. So we were reallocating energy, time, resources from one thing and moving it to another. And we were kind of getting all of that shuffle organized. And now with Virgo season well underway here, we're going to further get that organized so that we can further grow in that place that we're hoping to grow. Okay. So now over here in the environment, we do have strength, which means that there are going to be circumstances in which you have to exhibit strength, meaning perseverance, bravery, courage. You're going to have to stay attuned to yourself. You're going to have to stay true to yourself. And this may have a lot to do with other people. Maybe they're kind of testing your patience a little bit, or maybe they're just sort of going on their own track. And you're going to have to really stay on yours. It's not a good idea for Gemini to sway right now, or let's say stray rather. It's not a good idea for Gemini to stray, because if they stray off of the path that they've set for themselves, they'll find themselves, first of all, in situations that they don't want to be in, but secondly, getting results that they don't really care for or care about. So being able to say no and being able to turn things away and being able to stand firm within yourself is going to be really, really important. Now, when I look, let's get into the 10 cards. So when I look at this 7 of coins with the 5 of swords, I do get this feeling that you've been doing something that has officially stopped becoming productive. It's officially stopped giving you what you need, and anything more than this, anything beyond this point in time, any more energy that you give to this, is just going to be a waste. It's going to be a drain. It's going to be difficult. It's going to feel like drudgery, and it's going to kind of steal your soul a little bit. See, the thing I love so much about a Knight of Swords, is his high spiritedness. He loves what he does. He's passionate about what he does, and he can get to where he needs to go quickly. He's not a slow energy at all. He's not like a plunking along kind of guy. He's like full on, full charge, full steam ahead. So when we mix that, or when we try to mix this with that, it's like oil and water. Like this does not jive with that. He's not going to put up with that. He's not just going to be okay with things being stagnant or with things not producing. This can be really frustrating because it's possible you did dedicate a lot of time and energy to this. but as a mutable sign, right? Mutable air, nonetheless, like the lightest light, the lightest element of all the signs of the zodiac, the most capable of flexibility and change. It's going to be, you're going to have to kind of turn on a dime here and say, okay, no longer here, I'm switching, and you have to just switch. Not everyone is going to understand that, and that's why strength comes out here. Not everyone is going to like that either. With the Five of Swords, sometimes I see arguing just for the sake of arguing. Just for the sake of arguing, which is totally pointless. And I don't think that Gemini really wants to be there. They don't want to be doing that. You don't want to just have a conversation that goes nowhere. I think Gemini is more conclusion or resolution oriented or achievement oriented right now. Like, I'm not just going to sit around and go in circles with you. I'm not just going to have this same conversation over and over. This is also not productive. And it's definitely not giving me any coins, that's for sure, you know. I think with this Two of Wands here, you have envisioned a world for yourself that is lucrative and full of potential for you to really be creative and for you to be someone for yourself. And that can mean whatever environment you thrive in, right? Some people thrive in entrepreneurial roles. Other people thrive in the home or as a parent. Other people thrive in relationships. Some people do thrive in the corporate environment. So wherever it is that you thrive, right? I think that you're seeing yourself, in this path to thrive. This is not thriving energy here, especially not this. It's definitely Ace of Coins reversed material. It's like, you may be able to whip people into a verbal frenzy and ultimately win, but what have you really won? It's like winning, but not really winning. And you're not really going to get anything from it. So, I think you would so much rather be here because there's so much more optimism here. There's so much more expansion. There's so much more willingness and freedom of the heart with that Two of Wands. I feel a lot of dreamer energy that comes through here. And when you have a dreamer quality, your heart is completely uninhibited. It doesn't hold back. It doesn't rationalize. Because maybe rationalization is what's going on over here, and that's not serving you well. So it's almost as though you're like, I want to be somewhere where I don't have to be rational. This is such Mars energy. Mars is a clumsy energy, but sometimes that can be good because it gets us out of our streamlined linear thought patterning. Plus we have a Mercury retrograde building as well on the 9th. So with a Mars in Gemini and a Mercury retrograde, our brains are working in completely different ways. And we are more uninhibited. We are more likely to articulate what we want and what we need and what we require from people and what we require from ourselves, especially. And Gemini is in an expansive mode with this Knight of Wands. I get a Knight of Wands, Knight of Swords. Gemini is like, let's go. What is the problem? Why are we dragging our feet? Let's go. And there could be a lot of anxiousness. There can be a lot of nerves that go on with that because clearly you are getting out of a comfort zone and you've needed this Mars push to really propel you just enough over that comfort line mark. Because if you even can just get over that line just a little bit, and be in unknown territory just a little bit, then you can kind of slowly get more accustomed to the new things. And that's how the Knight of Wands really works. It's not like he's going from one environment to a completely opposite environment all in one day. He's like, well, here's my border, here's my boundary, so I'm just going to push it a little bit, and then we get accustomed, and we push it a little bit, and we get accustomed, and a little bit each and every day. And then all of a sudden, he's this incredibly well-rounded, worldly, cultured, highly intelligent individual who has all of this worldly experience and knowledge and wisdom to go along with that. And I feel that that's what you're really doing. And people around you or situations around you, that comfort zone is starting to become a liability. That comfort zone is becoming the reason why you're losing your luster, your sparkle. That's why you're like, let's go. Like you're feeling it. You're feeling it. Mars is pushing you. And even the sun in the fourth house. Sun in the fourth, yes, there can be a lot going on with your private life. And we definitely have this sort of inner world going on with the moon card. But the fourth house, sun in the fourth, also projects its light into the 10th house, which is opposite. So we have a private world, home life, kind of situation, but there's also illumination on where it is you're going in your life. And Virgo always pushes us to improve, to be better. I always say it's the sign or the season of self-mastery. This is where we go inside and we come into acceptance of things that we've allowed that are not helping us. And so we get to rectify our mistakes. And we get to alter and modify our habits to build a stronger foundation so that we can support the growth that comes later on in the year. And I do think that later on in the year, as we make our way into your opposite sign, Sagittarius, so between now and December, you are going to notice a blossoming effect. But you're so well rooted within yourself, Two of Wands. I think you're so well grounded within... you're anchored to your soul, basically, is what I'm saying. And when you're anchored to your soul, you become this unwielding, unbendable, unshakable person. And we have strength over here, which supports that. Like a pillar of strength and a pillar of inspiration for others. And as you are quickly progressing forward and making a lot of things happen and making a lot of moves and strategizing and doing all these wonderful things, as you are doing that, you are, I don't know, it's like the rate of change for Gemini may even surprise Gemini. How quickly you're changing, how quickly you're evolving, how quickly you are becoming a better person. Or a different person, maybe not better, but a different person. Now it's interesting that the aces are reversed. There's something that tells me that you are not ace oriented, right? This is not about what you're going to get. You're not sitting there thinking, well, I'm only going to do this if I get that out of it. I think the Knights are a little more process-oriented, a little bit more adventurous than that. Now, he has goals, don't get me wrong, but he's not sitting there thinking about his goals all day. He's more dedicated to the activities that are required to achieve that goal. And he's all in it. And I use this example all the time. Let's say you want to be a fit person. So you have to do what fit people do, which is move your body. And you have to go to the gym. You have to eat well. And you have to know your body. And you have to pay attention. And that's the adventure. That's the fun part. So results are great for Gemini. But right now, the only thing about results is that when you're not getting any results from something that has been established, that's when you know it's time to move on. That's when you know. So now we have the moon, and I'm bringing in the Ace of Wands a little bit. I didn't really even mention it, but the adventure part of that, the new venture, the passion, the excitement. Like I say, you're so well anchored to your soul. So well anchored to your inner knowing right now, whether you're aware of it or not, you are. And that's what's driving you forward. There's a lot of passion, a lot of exhilaration, a lot of high energy. And with the moon, there have been things that have been surfacing for you. I used to always call the moon like the big question mark of the tarot, because I always look at this path and I say, well, this is a really dark path. And I was always, this is when I was first watching or first learning tarot, or not learning, but like doing my tarot channel. I always remembered or associated this with that scene in Snow White, the old cartoon where she was running away from the castle and she went into like that dark forest, and there were all these, trees with thorns and dark animals and wolves, and she was scared, but then she falls down and goes to sleep, and then she wakes up and it's like the scary eyes that were in the bushes were just the eyes of like a squirrel. That perspective really shifts. So one thing that you think is really scary or is something to be afraid of actually turns out to be this really beautiful, sweet path. And it's just a matter of putting one foot in front of the other and just going the way he just goes. I don't know. I don't see anything bad happening on that path. And it will make your life interesting. Maybe some of you're like, oh, I'm tired of having an interesting life. I just want a boring life, but not really. We know you don't. We know you don't really want a boring life. We know that you want to be intellectually stimulated. We know that you want to have some level of enthusiasm about what it is that you're doing. And that's really where this road is going. And you are experiencing a period of powerful change in your life. You are evolving rapidly. It's kind of, a few years ago, especially through 2020 with all that 8th house stuff. And I keep referencing it because I feel like that was like specifically for Gemini and also Aquarius, 8th house, 12th house, right? It was just like we all got hit hard with that, but I feel like Gemini and Aquarius got hit the hardest, with the exception of obviously Capricorn, who was the host of all of that. And then you had like a couple years, of just trying to iron things out, like coming off of all of that. And now I feel like you've reached that turning point. You're no longer coming off of something. You're no longer catching your breath after that period of time. And now you are in this space where you can leverage all that you have learned from that, because the distance between then and now is big enough. And you are free to run. You are free to operate quickly, devil reverse. You are no longer tethered to something that is unhealthy for you, because you are anchored within yourself. You're not looking to external things. You're not looking for relationships that, I'm not saying you're not looking for a relationship, but you're not looking for those things to complete you. You're not looking for those things to validate you in a way that, okay, well, now that I receive validation from that person, now I feel okay to go do this. It's like you can still get validation, and that can, make you feel secure in what you're doing, but you're going to do it whether you receive that validation or not. And with the 7 of Swords, I feel like Gemini has finally truly figured out how to get out of their own way. I often see this as a card of self-sabotage. And when it's reversed, to me it says, you've recognized that pattern in your life, you've recognized that particular energy, and you have decided to move against it. So no, you're not self-sabotaging anymore. No, you're not pushing good things away. No, you're not going to stunt your growth or shrink or hide. I said this a lot last month, or earlier this summer, maybe, I don't remember when it was, but it was kind of the theme a while back. It was, you can't shrink your way to prosperity. You have to expand into it. Massive period of expansion with Mars in Gemini for you guys. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and pull out some clarifiers. Beautiful reading. So for those of you who are new, hang tight. I'm going to be saying a mouthful here. For those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We normally talk for another 25-30 minutes about all these cards. Okay, so a lot of new information comes out. Now, I launched my new website last month, had some issues. We're kind of still working it out, but it mostly works. Like for the most part, it works. So if you do want to subscribe to just automatically get the reading every single month, so you don't have to like go through the purchase process every single time, you can do that and I'll email you the link. Plus you also get access to the weekly love and the weekly bump extended readings that I'm doing. So you get a lot more content there. And or you can join the Soul Seekers group as well. We're going to be doing an incredible educational series at the throughout September. We're going to get that started. So there's going to be a lot of really cool things happening there. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. All the info in the description box in the comment thread down below. Okay. All right, let's take a look here at this Knight of Swords. I love the artwork on this card. Gives me a much better feeling than the Knight of Swords in the Rider-Waite deck. Okay, so we have, oh, hold on, Justice. Two of Coins. And oh, King of Coins, we like that. Three of Swords reversed. Two of Swords reversed and the Page of Wands. Okay. Now let's take a look here at the 10 card blocks. So we're going to look at the 7 of Coins. What else does Gemini need to know about these 7 coins? Another 2 of Swords, 4 of Cups. Eight of Swords reversed. Death. Another 7 of Swords. Lovers. Ace of Swords upright. 5 of Wands. And Page of Wands. 8 of Coins. 7 of Wands. And a Tower. Beautiful. I like the Tower for the Knight of Swords because they both kind of bring that energy of change. Ugh, beautiful. King of Wands. I love that. All that fire. 3 of Swords. 5 of Coins. He doesn't even give me a bad feeling, actually. I like that King of Wands. All right, let's take a look here. Ace of Swords reversed. Another 2 of Wands. Beautiful. Another Justice. 4 of Swords. Strength. 2 of Cups. Star reversed. Beautiful Chariot. High Priestess. Hanged Man. A lot of major arcana for that. Okay. 3 of Wands. The Moon. And King of Swords, all reversed. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, again, all the info in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you all so much for everything. You know how much I love and adore you. Have an amazing September, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your September 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So we have a beautiful reading for you guys this month, starting with the Page of Wands, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Now, for you guys, this Mars transit happening in Gemini is happening in your 12th house. So you are a little bit of like the unique one, because when anything goes on in the 12th house, there tends to be like an absence of that thing, or it operates more in the imaginative or astral realm. And when I look at this Page of Wands, I feel a consistency, one step in front of the other, a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of excitement, but I don't know that you are officially going to be able to execute huge things. I'm not saying you're not going to do anything, but you will do some things, but not like the huge things until later on, probably next year when Mars comes into your sign. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that you're operating at a little bit of a different speed than everybody else. Now, you may still feel like all the Mercurial energy at large, right? There's a lot of that going on. So it's not to say you have no energy whatsoever. But sometimes when we have 12th house transit, it just feels different for us than it does for other people. And sometimes it can feel like that energy is absent, sometimes even, right? So for you is about consistency and really keeping your head in the game and committing to your own convictions. I've been a little hesitant to recommend like fully committing to stuff right now as Mars hits that 8-degree mark in the next few days. At 8 degrees of Gemini, he'll be in pre-shadow. So if we come into these long-term agreements and contracts and stuff during that time, not to mention we'll also have Venus in Virgo, which is kind of she's in fall, right? She's in fall in Virgo, so it's not her best placement either. So, but committing to other people may be a challenge, but committing to yourself is crucial. Committing to your own convictions, your own ambitions, and what you believe that you want out of your life. And Page of Wands is always going to enthusiastically go after and treat it as like an adventure in going after the things that he's wanting. And in the environment, we have the sun, which says, for all intents and purposes, Cancer, you're doing great. And there are going to be incredible opportunities for you to shine. And people will see your light. They will see your abundant spirit, and they'll connect with your auric field, and they'll really appreciate the value that you have and the value that you give. And I think there are going to be opportunities for you to be seen. You've got Jupiter in the 10th house after all, right? Forget Mars. Let's focus on Jupiter. You know, he's creating a lot of abundance in that 10th house, which is about, your life path. It's about your public life and how you're seen. And you have the potential to attract a lot of things right now. And there's a gravity to you, and you're pulling things in. And I mean, hopefully you are. Hopefully you see that, and hopefully you understand that that's something that can be quite advantageous for you in the long run. Now, as we move, there are also could be other people. This is actually an environmental card. So other people may also, like you may be associating with other really creative and high quality people as well. You may be leveling up your social experience with that Uranus North Node conjunction happening in your 11th house. Plus also Sun in the 3rd house also has a social quality to it as well. So you may be feeling more social than you normally do. We even have the 3 of Cups coming out. So, by all means, go be seen, go be out there, go make connections, whether it's, just fun with the girls going to go get drinks, or whether it's like a professional, event or something, but go out there, go be seen, go be the awesome you that you know that you are. And I feel like any initiatives that you kind of get going during this time, it's almost going to be like soft launch. You're going to softly go into things and build. And I think that's a much better strategy for Cancer right now, soft launch. And that's more likely to have longevity. But if you do like this big announcement, grand opening, huge thing, guess what, guys, I'm doing this whole big thing, and you make a big deal out of it, it's likely to fizzle out quickly. So if you can pull it in slowly in the way that, the moon pulls the tides in every day, just kind of this slow force that just kind of gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, that will be much more advantageous for you. So let's get into this 10 card block, because we've got the King of Coins in the reversal, which I'm happy about the King of Coins showing up, representing that Taurus energy. And with Taurus, there's always that place where we are set in our ways, stuck. We do have a stubbornness. Now, there can be a lot of stability in that, so I'm not saying it's all bad, but this is where we are being asked to radically change with that Uranus North Node conjunction. And it is what I'm calling a portal. By portal, I just mean a chunk of time between all of August, which is gone now, so we've already been here a month, September, October, November, and December. So it's this 5-month block where these planets are very, very close, and it's all about where we're headed with that North Node and radically altering our true core. It's like going into our brain and reworking our little neurons, right? Reworking how our brain is wired so that we can incorporate and invite much, much, much more into our life with the Wheel of Fortune. So this window of time, it will close, by the way. It will close. And that's probably something that you should just be aware of. Like, you do have to take advantage of it, and you do have to be willing to come to the edge of your comfort zone and beyond. You not just come to the edge, but kind of fall off the edge a little bit and move into that unknown terrain and into that unknown territory. You have to do the things that scare you. You have to put yourself in a situation that's like, I don't know, but I believe in it. I believe in it, and I'm excited for it, and all these things, right? Wheel of Fortune with the Sun. This is basically like 2 sun cards, because this is kind of like the zodiac wheel representing how the sun moves through the zodiac. It's that kind of study of light and through time. And it is a promise of fortune. It's a promise of good luck. It's a promise of, I like that we have the Sun and a Jupiter ruled cards here, because these are the 2 biggest entities in our solar system, and both of them have huge levels of gravity and a strong ability to like pull things into their orbit and hold things in orbit, which means Cancer, you're kind of the center of some big stuff. So don't shy away. This is not a time to shrink. Social activity will be good because it'll enable you to kind of get out of your own head. If it's more professional engagements that you go to, it'll also be great for promotion and getting the word out there. Like, hey, here's my card. Here's this. This is what we do. Again, but softly, not this giant thing. If you do have a giant thing planned, I'm not saying don't do it. You can certainly do it. I think that if you had a choice, I would just kind of hold off or do it as a different approach. Slowly phase it in. And then we have the beautiful Chariot card, which is, of course, the card of Cancer. And the reason why I love the Chariot, we got the 2 Cancer cards, actually. The reason why I love the Chariot for Cancer, and I say this almost every month, so this isn't like new at this point, but it represents the qualities of Cancer that Cancer doesn't get enough credit for. In modern astrology, unfortunately, we talk about Cancer so much as being maternal and sensitive and emotional and intuitive. And while that's all true, we have to also remember that you're a cardinal sign and your opposite is Capricorn. And we all have a lot of the qualities of our opposite sign. And I think where Capricorn and Cancer truly meet in the middle is with this ability to overcome and conquer pretty much anything they want. And that comes in the form of ambition. And Cancer is a highly ambitious sign. And it's like once they get going, Page of Wands, once you start putting one foot in front of the other, it becomes this unstoppable force that just, it can only ever get better. It's like a bulldozer slowly bulldozing something. Or I'll always remember one winter I was up in Canada, like really far north in Canada, and I had never seen snow plows as big and moving. Like, I swear they were going like 80, 90 miles an hour, because we were going 80, 90 miles an hour on those roads because no one was there and it was snowing and there was like blizzards and whatever. We were going really fast. I remember because I was scared, and I would see these snow plows and they were just barreling through, and they were massive, right? Huge snow plows in northern Canada. So, well, not like the north, not like the Arctic part of Canada, but like not like along the US borderline, right? More north than that. But I kind of like that, to me, has always been very Cancerian. I don't think I've ever told you that before, but I think that's how I always picture it. That's the power that comes with your archetype. So I know that even though maybe you don't have like the benefit of Mars in like a high quality house or something, 12th house is just kind of a weird house, but it doesn't mean you're going to not do anything. Page of Wands is highly active. You got 2 of these. So I know you are taking steps in that direction, and I know you're unstoppable with that. And there is an ascension, there is a growth and an expansion that is happening. So this is a really beautiful time, especially with the Hanged Man, because not only are you going to see material growth, but you'll also see how that mirrors the expansion of your consciousness. Now, actually, this is really cool. These 2 cards on top of each other like this, with the Wheel of Fortune. Now, the way I often describe the Wheel of Fortune, the way it works, is I always say it breadcrumbs you. One step and then the next. But there is also the as above, so below component. And it must begin in the mind, because everything always begins in the mind, per the Kabbalion. Okay? So we have a new idea comes into our consciousness. So our consciousness expands. And then we start acting on it, right? That's external. And then we learn something, that's consciousness, expanding again. And then we act on that which we have learned, right? And it's this constant give and take. Our consciousness expands, and then it's matched in the external, whether through our own actions or whether through other people or circumstances or whatever. But it's always that push-pull between those 2. And here we have that perfectly displayed with the Hanged Man and the Chariot. And if you understand that process, it's very basic. Intellectually, of course you understand it. That's easy to understand. But when you inherently understand it, as we see with the Hermit, like you know it in your bones, and that wisdom becomes something that literally courses through your veins, okay? It's the difference between like intellectually knowing something and having the wisdom. Wisdom is rooted in the inherent understanding. But when you have that, you can utilize it and leverage it in an incredibly powerful and potent way. And if you ever hit up against any roadblocks, you say, okay, well, it just means I haven't come into consciousness of something yet. So you can just hang out for a minute and wait until it enters into your mind. And right now, maybe with Mars in the 12th house, there is going to be a lot of physical world action, but also a lot of consciousness expansion as well. And this is going to be remnants of something you've probably already set in motion. And while this is going on simultaneously, your mind is growing, your third eye is receiving a lot, we could say it that way, I guess. And all of that is what will be implemented next year when Mars comes into your sign. And Mars starts a whole new 2-year cycle around, starting from Cancer and moving on, okay? So that's kind of where I think you're at. Now, Five of Swords in the reversal tells me that you do not have time for the BS in life right now. In fact, I don't think anybody does. And it's going to be surprising to see who actually starts causing trouble. Because Mars and Gemini definitely going to stir the pot with some people. And it's only going to be the people who truly are not self-aware, or they haven't done the healing, or they've recently had losses or been exposed, or they're feeling vulnerable. Those are and they don't have like that control. So those are the people that are going to be stirring the pot. And Cancer is just too focused, too determined. They have too much going on, and it's more important. I don't know that Cancer, and this is going against the maternal, stereotype. I don't think you have time to baby people, right? And this is one of the, an edge that Cancer has that we don't talk about enough. But that edge of Cancer where they're really, really good at using those crab claws and saying, nope. Like, if you come closer, I'm going to kind of, I don't know what you call that, claw, because they're not like clawing you the way a cat claws you, chomp you or snip at you. I don't know what it is, but they're going to do something with those claws, right? It's just no. Strong boundary, strong, firm boundary. This is me and that is you. And while spiritually we can talk about the connectedness and the unity of all of humanity as being one, we can talk about that all day long. But at the end of the day, I have individualized experiences and you have individualized experiences, and that's it. So it's hard to talk about oneness when the separation is so clear, right? And this is clearly someone who is separate from you is creating something that you genuinely do not want to deal with at all, kind of shutting off that Queen of Cups energy. Just turn it off. It's hard when Cancer goes cold on people. That can be a brutal feeling. Now, Cancer is always capable of forgiveness and whatnot, but it's you kind of have to redeem yourself in order to earn that. So I don't know. Queen of Cups, she's definitely turning something off. She's not in her typical normal giving place right now. She's too focused. She's too determined. I'm kind of getting the image of an ancient Roman empress, right? Who are just as ambitious as the emperors. Let's say that. Capricorn are the emperors, you're the empresses of ancient Rome, right? I mean, same types of goals. It's just don't mess with Cancer. If you're cross-watching, don't mess with them. Don't push their buttons. Don't stir the pot. Don't create drama. It's not going to go over well at all. First of all, they're going to be able to really kick your butt in terms of verbally, okay? Because they've got the sun coming through their third house. So yes, Mars is in Gemini too, but especially with third house activation, there is just a lot of things that could be said, and probably a lot of things that you would prefer not to hear. And the thing that's crazy is that Cancer is super cool with that. They're not getting worked up. Their blood's not boiling. They're not getting angry. They're not trying to do anything or be anything. They're just protecting their ambitions, their dreams. They're trying to create love and peace in their life. They're trying to expand. And if you're going to get in the way with that, they'll take care of you, And you do have a lot going on in your private world, I see, with the Hermit. So the internal world and the external world, well, I don't mean internal inside of you. I mean the world that not everyone gets to see, you in your home, windows shut, that kind of thing. There's a lot going on in there, a lot going on behind closed doors. A lot of brainstorming, a lot of creativity, a lot of channeling, a lot of meditation, a lot of things. That's part of the Hanged Man phase. Now, another thing with the Hanged Man is it may require a sacrifice Mars in the 12th house is definitely a house of loss and suffering. So if you do have to give something up for the sake of your ambitions, either you'll be asked and you'll have a choice, or it will just be taken. But it's not scary. Don't stress. It might be something just small. It's kind of like, in order for the spiritual expansion to occur, the material world needs to, what's the opposite of expanding? Like compress? Needs to be a reduction in the material so that the spiritual can expand, because there always has to be that balance all the time. Okay? All right. Let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. Now, I'm about to say a little bit of a mouthful, so just bear with me, okay? For those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link and all the info on that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these new cards that I'm about to pull out. Now, last month I launched my new website. You definitely can still subscribe there if you want to. So you can subscribe to like a single zodiac sign to get your comprehensive every month. You can subscribe to receive all 12. That's the way it's always been. Or you can also join my Soul Seekers group, and they will automatically get access to all 12 comprehensives as well. It doesn't matter, each of those three options, you'll still also always get access to the weekly extendeds that I do every Monday and Friday as well. So there's a little bit of an advantage there. You can still use the old website too, no problem. There's just not a subscription functionality there. So you can still do that too. So just FYI. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look here now. Starting, this Two of Coins been making the rounds this month. Kind of creeping in here every reading. King of Wands reversed. And, I saw the star as well. I didn't mean to pull out 4, but we got 4 because I saw it. So now for the environment, the 3 of Swords. The Tower, beautiful. And 6 of Swords, okay. Let's take a look at this King of Coins. Oh, love the Empress, beautiful. I even said Empress. Definitely giving me Empress vibes right now. Beautiful Two of Cups. Ooh, another King of Coins reversed. Clearing the path. Cancer getting out of their own way. Seven of Cups. Ace of Coins, beautiful. 9 of Wands reversed. Certain things you'll be open for, other things you'll be closed for. Another 3 of Swords. The Fool. And the High Priestess. Love in the Fool. Queen of Swords. Strength. And 7 of Wands reversed. Final row. We do 10 of Swords. The Chariot, 9 of Swords, okay, we also got 4, didn't mean to pull out 4, we got another Hermit, Moon, Karma, 5 of Swords reversed, Queen of Cups not trying to be nice right now, that is for sure, 6 of Wands reversed, 8 of Wands, Page of Coins, now for the Hanged Man, another Wheel of Fortune, excellent, confirms a lot what I was just talking about too, Ace of Coins, I'm sorry, Ace of Cups, Ace of Wands reversed. Hierophant, 10 of Cups. And, another Sun. Beautiful, amazing. This is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. You guys know I love you. Have an amazing week, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your September 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you all so much for being here. Let's go ahead and delve in with the Queen of Wands, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you this month. So we love a Queen of Wands. She is a fire energy. You are a fire sign. So we have this beautiful, fiery, passionate, kind of go get it kind of thing. And I kind of feel that Leo right now is so unstoppable with what they've set their mind to. And it's not that you are going to, bulldoze over other people to get what you want. In fact, I actually think this month it's quite the opposite. It's not just so much about you, but how do I say this? Because a big theme that has emerged throughout, you're my last reading of all the 12, you're my last one. And so I know, right, that's the benefit of actually being the last sign that I read for, is you get the benefit of all the previous readings. And so something that the surface has been this theme of integration, that you are integrating new things and new people and really learning how to work together and to collaborate and to utilize other people's strengths and integrate those with your strengths for the sake of absolute benefit for all involved. But I do feel that you are kind of the leader in this right now. With Mars in the 11th house, I feel that your ambitions are the highest, more than any other sign right now. Your ambitions are the highest, and you have a lot less density from where you are to where you need to go. That you have this ability to move quickly and swiftly in that direction and attain growth and expansion without like the drudgery and the heaviness of some of the some of the other people are going to be experiencing. Now in the environment, we have the Emperor, which is a fantastic match for the Queen of Wands. We actually have kind of two Aries cards coming out. We've got an Aries, right? She's the card of Aries, and this is also the card of Aries. Why do I like the Aryan archetype for Leo? Well, first of all, the sun, your ruling planet, is exalted over in Aries. 2, it's another fire sign. Okay, now I'm not saying you are working with a fire sign, but I think this other person or these other people, because it may not just be a single person, it may be a group of people, they're really going to be on your level. You're going to be vibrating with them. You are going to be synchronized with them. And it's not one of those situations where you have to explain everything all the time. You don't have to like justify and rationalize, and you don't have to try to convince people. They're just going to get you. They're going to understand you, and they're going to be so supportive of what you have going on. Now, you are still a leader, I feel, okay? You are the one that I think stands out, and that's common, I think, for Leo. I think that's a normal thing for you. You do just stand out. So you are going to be standing on your own in terms of taking the reins, but you're not standing on your own in terms of the creation of something magnificent for yourself and others. A lot of people are going to be benefiting from this, not just you. So this is the beauty of that Leo archetype, and I've said it over and over, and I probably should memorize this poem a lot more specifically, because I almost say it to myself every single day, and yet I still don't even know the exact wording. But it's a poem by Hafiz, the poet, and it says, "And still after all this time, the sun never says to the earth, 'You owe me.' Look what happens with a love like that. It lights up the whole sky," or something like that. Okay, it's not word for word. But I mean, look at what happens with a love like that. Look what happens with that level of generosity. It brings life to everything. And I feel that that is a poem that goes so beautifully with the Leo archetype. And you seem to be encapsulating that this month. Now, when I was shuffling and pulling out these cards, I did get a lot of reversals, which kind of surprised me because it's very rare to get so many reversals. So I had to check. I'm like, did I pull out the deck upside down or like what's going on? But everything seemed normal. So I think these reversals were really meant for you. But when I really sat with them, I was like, there's no negative connotation coming out here. So don't worry about the reversals. They're just giving a little bit of a different energy. So starting off with the 9 of coins, it tells me that you have been on your own for quite a while. You've been maybe a lone wolf. Maybe you have been operating as a kind of an independent cog in the wheel, if you will. But with this 2 of Cups right next to it, maybe it just wasn't the right time for you to fully integrate, especially with Saturn over in the 7th house. With Saturn in the 7th, sometimes we can feel isolated from our others. We can feel like the one-on-one connections, especially, they go a little bit dry because, Saturn can be like this really cold, dry planet. It's like a dry winter day, and I feel like things are starting to melt for Leo. They're starting to move more swiftly. They're starting to, like your heart is starting to open, and you are starting to be open to the possibility of, loving again, or working with a team again, or bringing on people onto your team that are intelligent. Maybe even there's a recognition that maybe they're better at something than you, right? So acknowledging their strengths as a sort of counterbalance to some of your weaknesses. And saying, well, I know that I'm not perfect in X, Y, and Z areas, so let me compensate, not by myself overcompensating, but let me compensate by bringing people in who have those strengths, so that we can really be standing on this steady, sturdy platform so that we can all succeed, all of us. Although I kind of look at the cups, kind of the water pouring back and forth, it will take a little bit of adjustment for each party involved. Not huge, though. I don't see a lot of drama for you guys throughout September. I feel like things are going to start, maybe, with the Mars-Uranus North Node conjunction, which happened on August, or July 31st, August 1st, right at the very beginning of August. There may have been some things that just didn't quite go so well, maybe there were some hurdles or some obstacles, and maybe you're even still dealing with those things. But as September goes on, the way that Virgo season is so good at, of like restructuring and reanalyzing, especially with the Mercury retrograde at play as well, we get to go back and reassess and make sure that things are put together really well. So we organize, we structure, and we build a foundation in a way that is much more sustainable for the future. So while there may have been mistakes throughout Leo season because of that 10th house stuff, or there may have been trips and falls or hurdles or things that fell apart or whatever, Virgo season is here to kind of sweep and scoop up all of the remnants and sort of glue them back together, but to put them back together in a way that is more functional and more productive. Okay, Virgo season, we have to remember, right? Leo season, the sun is in rulership in your sign. In Libra season, the sun is in fall. And then the darkness is starting to creep up a little bit, right? Because we hit that vernal equinox in Libra. So now all of a sudden the darkness starts to take over. And that's not necessarily the sun's environment. So the sun is in that transitionary period between rulership and fall. And it's here to get prepared. So the things that you do right now, and I'm looking at this page of coins, by the way, I'm not just talking. The things that you're doing to prepare for the winter Sorry, Southern Hemisphere. I know you're moving into summer. I know it's like a spring equinox for you, but for the Northern Hemisphere, which unfortunately astrology is based upon, we are moving into a winter phase. And it's kind of like squirrels going and gathering the nuts and burying them and building up their storehouse for winter. It's kind of like the same type of thing. Or bears walking around eating a whole bunch of food because they know they have to go hibernate. You have to have those resources available. So it's okay to do what you need to do in order to gather and in order to prepare. Now, with the Empress in the reversal, I feel that it's time for Leo to come off of the shelf. Maybe you've been keeping yourself on the shelf for a little too long, keeping yourself unavailable, keeping yourself away from certain things. And perhaps maybe one of the reasons for that was because you didn't want to prematurely do something. Maybe you didn't feel entirely ready, or you didn't feel entirely smart enough or talented enough. And so you took time to develop skills. And that may have been throughout 2018, 2019, 2020, as Saturn was coming through Capricorn in that 6th house. And then as Saturn made its way through the 7th house, there may have been issues with sharing. So it was like, I don't know that I feel ready to share. I need to continue to perfect. I need to continue to make this better. Saturn is very much like a coach as opposed to a cheerleader. And I often think that Saturn is, the coach of a potential Olympian. And I always think of swimming because I was on the swim team in high school, but any sport really, but a coach. So a coach is there not to just stroke your ego and tell you how great you are, because that's never going to get you the gold medal in the Olympics. A coach is going to time you, and they're going to correct your positioning, and they're going to make sure that your technique is perfect. And they are going to call you out on the bad stuff or the stuff you're doing wrong, but it's not because you are wrong, but because if you correct it, you will be a higher or better performer. And that's kind of how Saturn works sometimes. We have to hit up against our own limitations in that way. So maybe you have been struggling with really sharing, so you have been keeping yourself unseen, but I feel Leo is starting to truly emerge right now. And as Saturn slows down in his retrograde, because he's officially going direct in the beginning of October. What's the date? I think it's October 3rd. Hold on one second. I can never remember these dates. Oh no, I'm so sorry. It's actually October 23rd. So it's got a couple more months left, but it is going to start slowing down throughout through late September as we make our way into Libra season. And then as we make our way into Scorpio season, Saturn is going to be going direct again. And that's kind of that final stretch through Aquarius. And then it's going to make its way into Pisces, which will activate your 8th house. And as Saturn starts going forward, and it makes its way toward Jupiter-ruled Pisces, there is going to be this disillusion of the boundaries that you have set and this incredible sharing that you feel ready to truly give, right? I do think that Leo is absolutely ready to share. And it's getting more and more and more and more. And it's getting to the point where you're not going to be able to really hold yourself back anymore. And with the 8 of Wands reversed, there's still a little bit of restraint. So you're still a little bit cautious. But I also know that you're going to start seeing prosperity and wealth and abundance coming toward you. And it's going to be slow expansion as you integrate more and more and more. More people, more ideas, more strengths of others, more creativity from others. Mesh it all in with your own and come up with this beautiful process or this beautiful new life path for yourself. So I'm kind of envisioning when you bake a cake and you have the mixer going and you kind of put in one ingredient at a time, like you don't have a full batter with just sugar. You don't have a full batter with just sugar and butter. You have to put in the other ingredients too. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not a baker. I actually don't know how to bake a cake. I don't even know. I'd have to get out like a recipe book. What is it, like milk or water and, the vanilla flavoring and I don't even know the other things, the flour and all that, right? So, but as you put in ingredient, you start to have something that resembles more and more of a batter. So that's what you're doing now. Looking at this temperance with the water going back and forth. You're starting to mix things. And justice reversed, there is a hold on, let me think about that for just a second. It just hit me different. Because I'm looking at the reason why I'm pausing is I'm looking at these two scales. We've got the 2 cups here. We got the 2 cups here. I'm almost envisioning, how like when people on YouTube do like collabs, they do collaborations. And let's say here's like one beauty influencer who brings in like a makeup creator, right? Here's someone who does makeup and here's someone who creates makeup, and they come together and they both get to promote, but it impacts them and is beneficial for them each in their own individual way. That's kind of how I'm seeing this justice. It's not necessarily that you two come together and you're moving entirely together. You're still going to have your own individual path to a degree. It's just you bring people together and you all become the ingredients for something fantastic, but you all get your own piece of the cake. Okay? I feel that justice, a big theme that came through August as well, and I want to carry that over into Virgo season and September, is reallocation. How we have been reallocating resources. We've been taking from this pot and giving it into that pot. And so this one may feel a little depleted, or there may have been some kind of a sacrifice over here. Maybe it was a financial sacrifice, or, maybe you're sacrificing, I'm thinking of like Virgo examples, like cleaning up your house. You're sacrificing cleaning up your house for the sake of being at the office for a few more hours a day, right? So there is a give and take. There is a push-pull going on. But it is essential in order to get this really going, because it's not fully moving yet. I mean, you're building the momentum and it's great what's going on, but there's still more effort involved to really, really get those wheels in motion. And I'm envisioning one of those old steam-powered trains, like at the station. Obviously, I wasn't alive during those times, but in the movies anyway, how it like takes forever for those wheels to start going because that train is really heavy. I know you're trying to do something big. So don't be discouraged if something takes effort. Now, there is an element of moving quickly with Mars through Gemini in the 11th, maybe quicker than you originally anticipated. But it still requires hefty initial effort and dedication and like commitment. Now, when I say commitment, I have to be careful because in past astrology readings, I have talked about how Mars retrograde is not usually the best with like making commitments, signing contracts, and getting into long-term things. But that's more with other people. See, the thing with this collaboration, it's more just coming together and then going your own separate ways. It's not like, let's all commit and stay together forever. Like I said, it's like a collab. Here's one, here's another. You come together, you create something, and then you each get a piece of that cake. Simple. Super, super simple. Because if you were to try to go into those hefty commitments with other people right now, I actually think they would fade away by March. They would just start falling away and it wouldn't really go anywhere. But when you have that commitment for your own convictions and your own ambitions, and I know you have them, right? When you go into that, and let's not also forget that Venus is coming into Virgo, which is her fall. Okay, she's exalted in Pisces, she falls in Virgo, got the sun in Virgo. So there's a lot of like get down and dirty and get to work. Venus doesn't always like to work so much, but she'll do it when she has to. And that's kind of what this Virgo season is bringing. It's just you got to do what you got to do. And with the King of Swords, I like the King of Swords with the Emperor because it does indicate to me strength and intelligence and high quality strategy. But there's also a relaxation to it. Whenever the kings come out, I often feel relaxation. It's like I am going to plow forward and I'm going to be this continual, powerful front that keeps pushing the boundary and expanding out and out and out and out and out. And it will be this continual flow of outward expansion. But I'm also not going to kill myself over it either. Right? I'm not going to view this or treat this as something that is like a do or die. Like this is supposed to be fun. And I do think this will be fun for you, Leo. I really do. And with the Two of Swords, there's often a crossroads or a choice that's placed in front of you. You could go left or you could go right. And there may be some, because of what you're doing, there may be some other options that might be somewhat distracting for you, that may seem like they have great potential and maybe they seem like they're in line. But I would hold off on some of those things until next year when Saturn comes into Pisces, because when Saturn comes into Pisces, a lot of our structure is going to dissolve, but that's especially true for you because it's 8th house. All right. Leo and Aries, I think, are going to get hit in the weirdest ways with that Saturn through Pisces because it's 8th house, 12th house. And these are houses of extraordinary freedom, but that freedom comes with sacrifice. Okay? So to keep yourself free and freed up, make sure that the decisions that you're making are in line with the original ambitions. I wouldn't take on too much extraneous. Just keep in your lane, keep your kind of almost like those like blinders that horses wear in horse races to keep their eyes forward. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Integrate people for the sake of your things, all right? For the sake of your path, which you've already set forward for yourself. You don't have to go here and here and here and here and here, which maybe you may want to do, especially as the sun comes in through Libra and Mars begins his retrograde shadow phase at 8th degree of Gemini. Throughout all of September and October, he will be in pre-shadow, okay, as of September 4th. So most of September and most of October when he officially goes direct on the 30th, retrograde on the 30th. So he will be in pre-shadow. So the desire to be all over the place will be there. But if you can kind of funnel everything forward into one clear direction, you'll be so much better off. So much better. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and pull. Oops, hold on. I dropped a card. One sec. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull out these clarifiers. So give me a second, guys. For those of you who are new, I'm about to say a mouthful here. Okay, so the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about all these cards, so there is a significant continued discussion, and sometimes we get a lot more information. Now, last month I launched a new website where you could subscribe to these comprehensives, so you can get a single sign, same price as it always has been, but you can subscribe to a single zodiac sign, or you can get all 12, or you can sign up for the Soul Seekers group, which automatically gets access to all 12. plus a lot more exclusive content. I am going to be starting an educational series beginning in September. We're going to be talking about the moons. We're going to be doing a more intimate Q&A. We're going to be doing a whole bunch more stuff. So if you do want to join, you are more than welcome. I did have some technical difficulties on the site as well. I'm still working those out. Please think of this as like a beta version of the website, specifically to help get everything streamlined. So I appreciate so much your kindness and your understanding on everything. Okay, I told you it was going to be a mouthful. So let's go ahead and get with these cards. So we have the Five of Swords reversed. We have the Seven of Cups reversed. And we have, Six of Wands. Beautiful. That is a Leo card, by the way. Oh, excellent, excellent. Wheel of Fortune. Six of Wands is a Leo card. I love that for you guys so much. Three of Wands, another Three of Wands, and a King of Wands reverse. Okay, oops, hold on. Let me switch decks here. So now we are going to take a look at the Nine of Coins. Beautiful Eight of Cups. Knight of Coins, and another Eight of Wands, this time upright. Beautiful. King of Swords reversed. I actually don't even mind the reversal on that one. Lovers, see, exactly. See, I knew it. I can be a little psychic sometimes. Okay, and we have Death. Don't even mind Death card. Not when the Lovers comes out. There's something really beautiful happening for you guys. Another Emperor upright. Okay, whoops, hold on. Sorry, I can't take all these cards, but I will take the ones that I saw. So we have the Eight of Swords, we have the Five of Swords, and we have the Chariot. I feel like you're in the process. Let me just pause for a second. I feel like you are in the process of like checking your bags. Like if you were going on a flight, you're at the beginning stages of this journey. You're just now getting to the airport and checking your bag. So it's like you're committed to the flight, you're committed to the journey, and now there's just kind of this period of time before you can actually get on the plane and get to where you're going. And I think that's why a lot of people are coming in, because all of these new perspectives are absolutely going to be useful and make your journey so much more pleasurable. Six of Cups. Oh, another Empress, amazing. Page of Cups reversed. Queen of Cups reversed. Three of Coins reversed. Five of Cups. Another Two of Cups, excellent. And Nine of Cups. Ace of Cups, excellent. We love that. We have a Page of Swords and a Strength card. Some of you are going to start letting yourself love again. Magician reversed. The Fool. Four of Cups. Four of Cups been making such an appearance this month. High Priestess, Page of Wands. Five of Coins. Beautiful Knight of Cups. Seven of Cups reversed. Oh, amazing Wheel of Fortune. And I didn't even mean to. I'm not doing bottom of the deck. You're the only one I'm doing this for, but I just happened to see the 10 of coins. So we have to leave that up because that's such a fantastic card. So we're going to leave that there. So if you want to join me for the comprehensive, you are absolutely more than welcome. All the information in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you all so much for everything. You know how much I love and appreciate you. Have an amazing September, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.